Welcome. We begin another stream. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, started a bit late today. Is everything working? Yeah, looks like it. Oh, didn't start background music. Let's do that before I forget too entirely. There we go. Yeah. Hello. So we're back making this game. The game still doesn't have a name. I still need a name for it. I don't know what to call it. Also, I'm taking this off right away. It's very hot. Too hot for lab coat. At the mo. Whatever. Yeah. So we're continuing to make this, which is turning out quite well so far. Whatever this is, whatever we end up calling it. This is it, how it is in its current state. We have cube that can move around. We have a few, most of, you'll get in there with all the different things we can interact with, and the complexities of their interactions. We have our character, we have our enemies, the eyes and stuff with the player, like the animations with how they move around, very cool. We have these springs that can launch you 2 blocks ahead. We have the walls. We have just all the different things, scenarios that can happen with how things can bump into each other on different blocks. We have, if I go up here and around, we have the hazards over there. We have the goal over there, which right now just everything just stops when you're on it as just a simple like, it works, it functions. Yeah, so now we're continuing from here into just making more stuff. So going off of our Trello board here, we're on day 4 of this 9-day challenge. And our next thing on our list is making this rolling boulder block thingy over here, which is basically just going to be an enemy that moves, is the idea. Or, enemies do move. Enemy that just moves in one direction. Like, basically just a thing that won't turn. It's just going to... Yeah, and that's going to be fine. Is that on top of... I might have to care about the... I haven't been caring that much about the verticality of a lot of this, and I maybe should before I forget to entirely. And the things that are hazards... things that are basically like ground blocks should be just smaller. So let me just do that. I'm gonna just kind of just so it's like for sure that stuff will appear kind of on top. Take hazard and do the same. Yeah. This is gonna be on top of it. I mean, even these are probably like raised up. Whatever. It's not that much. Anywho, actually, even before I get to, we haven't coded this thing yet, but I'll just make this there as well because it should be. Yeah, but we'll get to that more in context when we start working on it for real. Also, I'm gonna go back to sitting mode. Don't mind me. Okay. Down we go. So, yeah, we have player, enemies, all that. Yeah, let's just get right in. I usually ramble a lot. Let's cut down on that a little bit and just get right into actually making this next thing. So, how are we starting this? I have to kind of remember stuff with what I was doing yesterday and how I was setting things up. I don't think you're not going to use the same script as the enemy move, but you might have some similarities. So I'm going to start by just copying the enemy move. I imagine it's going to be similar, samey. And we're going to call this rolling boulder move, which, yeah, that works. And you get over here. First thing is renaming the script, as you do. Yeah. Okay, so. Yeah, now we gotta actually change stuff. That's the interesting thing. Yeah, immediately I figured that it was wrong. So first thing we gotta do is, because this is, yeah, a separate thing, we gotta, we have our turn manager that handles the order that things move. Does it matter which thing moves first, if an enemy or the boulder? I guess we'll have, maybe a boulder should move first, because if a boulder might squish an enemy. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I'll put the boulder after, and then when we start testing more of the itty bitty scenarios, we'll figure out if we end up having any problems. All right, so we need a list. We have a list of enemies, and we're gonna have the list of rolling. Should I just call them boulders? Boulders. List of that. Yeah, just I don't have to keep typing rolling every time. Just condense it a bit. It's fine. It's the same thing. And over here, gonna do the same. And I'll rename the actual file in just a sec. Okay, so we have this. Just needs to use the boulders. Boulder singular. We're assume that the boulder's also gonna have a move script. It's just gonna kind of bypass a lot of the turning. Rather than having its OAI of telling it whether to turn, we're gonna have to we'll have to manually define a start direction. That'll be a public variable on the boulder, and then it'll only turn if it. Ooh, one thing I'm just thinking of. But it would only turn if it hits an arrow, and if it goes into like a hazard or a hole, it will just roll off and fall, I guess. If it hits a wall, should it like just break and then it like hit the wall and breaks and it dies, or it could do a 180 if it hits a wall. That way we could have something that's like going back and forth. Yeah, I like that idea. Okay, so if it hits a wall, it'll 180. That can be a behavior of this. We're not. I don't have any kind of enemy spawner yet, and I don't know if I'll need one. I think ideally, yeah, Boulder will just be going. It'll be set up. It's meant to be kind of more like a patrolling enemy, so it'll basically just be going, using the arrows to just be going in like a circle. So I don't think, yeah, and boulders will never really go off holes or into hazards, so there won't be a hazard in the way. And you don't really do anything to redirect a boulder, so it'll basically be doing a fixed path. Yeah, but we'll still put some of that functionality in just as a safety precaution, so it doesn't break entirely. Okay, so where were we? Okay, boulder move, you'll call that. So then this just needs the same functions for the enemy, but for the boulders. That should just be some quick and easy renaming, and then putting in the proper stuff. New boulder. This should not say new, not that that matters that much. Oh, that one. Yeah, whatever, just rename to just enemy. That's fine. And then this would just be boulder. And then you will be there, and need the boulders. Oh no, already having that when you look at a word too much, it starts to lose all meaning. It just looks like it's not a real word. That's fine. Okay, that should all be that final turn. We're gonna assume Boulder will have the same final term functionality that we have set up with other things. If you're looking at this and don't understand any of how this is working, that's okay. You'll see soon enough when it works. And a lot of this is just building off of stuff that we did on stream yesterday. That faster for you to just go through and make it all work rather than explain all of it. You should have that because the other one does. Oh, I missed. Yeah. There you go. Okay, that's that. Let me rename the file before I forget to entirely. Boulder move. Doesn't even need the move part at this point, but whatever. It's like I'm committed to that naming convention that doesn't completely make sense, but oh well. Rolling boulder here. Let me also add the script before I forget to entirely. Boulder move. You are having errors, right? Yes, you need to not do that. Let's, have that be a thing. What's the other part that's not happy? Down here. Wow, surprise. It's the things from the other script. Easy peasy, and now that can be all renamed. Fine. You have a box collider. The way that our mechanics are set up, we don't need colliders on anything. Boulder, add that. While I'm here, I'm just gonna give this the tag because it needs it. Boulder. And then actually adding it to the thing. Yeah. I'll keep rolling boulder in the name of the object, but yeah. Okay. Next, so now we have to go through the actual mechanics of what this boulder does compared to what an enemy does, and yeah, change things as needed. So, where do we start? Actually, hold on. I'm just noticing that enemy move. You don't use this can move script because that was something that was copied over from the player. I don't think you get used in this code. You can go away because that's more on the player. That's used to just basically get input or not get input. hoping that, yeah, that's all that need to be applied to boulder. Also, not necessary in this context. You're the animator. All right. I mean, in theory, if this was like a 3D thing, it'd be a boulder. It's supposed to be a boulder that's rolling. If it's a sphere, the squash and stretch doesn't work the same necessarily. For now, we're not going to worry about it and let it just be the same animations. It's fine. So the body that goes off of, it's just stuff with the animators. That's fine. You are also going to have the same, facing direction, moving direction thing of deciding sort of where you're going for your next turn. And the only thing that's going to decide that is the arrows. So this will not change too much, but it still needs to be there. And then these guys, blah. Okay. You add, you do add yourself to the grid, so that's taken care of. And then all this stuff can probably be the same. So calculating, okay, so we do need one new thing, is that a boulder, I'm gonna need to personally define for each boulder what's gonna be your start direction that you're facing. Well, actually, I mean, I can just make this public and then, because that is what that's gonna be. Because then, yeah, I'll define this, individually for each thing. And I don't need both of these to be public because I guess then just on start before I do anything else, this equals facing direction, whatever it was. Yeah. So then this should be on the player, on the boulder. It's set to down. That's fine. It can start rolling down. Cool. Calculate look direction. This is where stuff's gonna change because this is all our enemy code that decides where it should, how it should move. Will I need any of this, actually? I'm not gonna delete just yet, but I'll comment out, I'll delete it out of there. This entire function might be able to go away, and then these are with that, so those, and so are these, so all of that might be able to go away. This is stuff of when we're in the middle of moving, how the animation stuff can use the same animation for up, down, left, right. Just swapping or making stuff negative. Yeah. And there's also now the move script. This is gonna be stuff where this is gonna be a part where things actually more fundamentally change. Transform. This move for the last step. Get in a grip position. This is based on the facing direction, deciding which way we actually need to go. That's unchanged because that just works the same way. I believe, the only part that's now going to really change here is now when we interact with stuff, what's going to happen. So now this is looking at our grid manager and being like, we're looking at the thing in the space where we're trying to move. Depending on what's there, we either move, or if it's a wall, then we just bump into it and don't move. For players interacting with enemies, then they kill them. The goal is it ends the level. So we have stuff like that. So now basically just all these interactions are what's gonna change. So I guess we just start going through these one by one and decide in these contexts what needs to happen. So the different things we have, wall, enemy, goal, and then accounting for if some things are stacked on top of other things. All right, let's do it. So if we hit a wall, we're gonna say that the move direction becomes the inverse of whatever it was. So that's the facing direction. So the only thing that's changing the face direction is depending on what we're about to interact with, because even the arrows, they want to make us go into a path, which we haven't made yet, but I guess we're about to. When we interact with an arrow, then that's going to have something inside of the direction that it's facing, and then, it's going to have something inside of the way that it's facing, and then the boulder's just going to look at that to decide where it needs to go. Okay, so, for an enemy, actually, this is all for an enemy. I'm going to need to separate that out. Let me just do that right now. I think walls, the goal will also be the same. I don't think we'll let the goal be like a safe place where like you're not gonna have an enemy move onto the goal at the same time as you, and you're not gonna have a boulder roll across the goal. Let the goal be just like a safe place. So we're gonna have it be treated as a wall where we treat it as somewhere where we can't go, as far as the boulder's concerned. I actually, what I meant to put, have the enemy code be here, and then remove it from over here. Okay, so if we have a wall and a goal, we'll play the bump wall animation. That works. And then our trying to make sure this is for, oh yeah, okay. If we bump against a wall that we don't move that turn, and then we have this extra thing we have to test for. If in that turn, if the player moved onto us, then we detect that and then we kill the player as a result. Yeah, that's important for anytime we don't move. Yes. Yes, okay. So we hit a wall, if we hit a goal, then we don't move. Then if we hit the player, then we do that stuff. But we also now we want to change our move direction, or facing direction, I mean, to be the opposite direction, which is unfortunate. I guess we're just gonna, I think I just have to, yeah, brute force test it. If the direction was up, now facing direction is down. If it was down, let me just get rid of all these. They don't need to be here. And this is all facing direction. Because I have these defined as enums, there's no easy way to say what the inverse is. But just if it's left, that becomes right. There's only 4 directions, so it's fairly fine. Okay. Up, down, left, right. Yeah, easy enough. Yeah. I don't know if I want to be... I might have to define this... It might be easier to define this, because I'll probably do that down here. No, this is the only scenario where this happens. I was about to say defining a, like a flip function, but no. That is the only time where that happens, so unnecessary. If we bump into an enemy, we actually want to kill the enemy. So this currently acts as if we bumped into it like a wall. The boulders will be something that can kill an enemy. So that needs basically the hazard code. Actually, well, no, hold on. That's 2 separate questions of if an enemy was going to move onto a boulder or a boulder was going to move onto an enemy. Figuring out what the best... So I think if a boulder and an enemy are about to move onto each other, the enemy should bump into it like it's a wall, so the enemy doesn't move, and the boulder moves onto the enemy and kills the enemy, is how that should happen. So from the boulder's point of view, the boulder's moving, the boulder's gonna do a move of where it was trying to go. And then... Yeah, then you're not doing any... Which means you are moving, which means you don't need this calculation. That's only for if we don't move. So do the moving, but then you need to kill the enemy. Or should the enemy handle that itself? The enemies moving, if the enemies are... So unless we have... I don't know if we want to have boulders move first or if enemies move first. If boulders move first, as far as the turn order goes, boulder moves first, then an enemy goes to move, and we'll go to move onto where the boulder is. Then the enemy can detect itself. Hey, I'm about to move onto a hazard. Blech, die. Which that means I don't have to do like a thing to get like the player code from here, or from the I wouldn't then have to get the from the boulder getting the enemy code is what I'm trying to say. Yes. Player, different story. Player, we will kill the player. Let me do the simple cases first, real quick. I'm jumping ahead to like the more complicated things. The enemies in the enemy and player is like the more complicated scenarios. Let me just get through the ones that are easy real quick. So wall is easy, goal is easy. We just turn around. A hole will fall into the hole, which means and fire's not going to kill the boulder. So I think fire is going to just count as a normal square in this case. Yeah, so we're going to separate that out. Eventually I'll make these like else ifs and stuff, but actually. So, hole, fire, hole, we're dying. On the fire, we're not. You'll just roll through it. That's okay. Spring, we don't do. Okay, so there's 2 options. We considered the option of that a boulder could launch, or the spring could like launch the boulder 2 squares as well. I think for time reasons, because that introduces this being a lot more complicated, we're gonna just pass up on that and not do that right now. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, hole, fire, spring. Spring is spring is just gonna be like a normal square, but then we have to just care about everything on top of it, which it's like we'll get to, I think. So for right now, I'm gonna come back to this because this is just a question of the same. I have to first figure out just how we're normally dealing with enemies and players, and then a lot of that's just gonna be copied in there. So okay, in a very basic sense, actually testing some of this code before I continue to make it longer. Ooh, we're getting errors. I was about to say let's test that it's actually working, but that seems to already not be the case. Let me duplicate the boulder down here so that I can more easily see it when I go into play mode. Oops. So why did you not work? What errored you? I probably didn't. I didn't actually go all the way to the bottom, so there's probably something I just didn't update. You don't have your body. Wow. Oh, because right. As far as all the animation stuff is concerned, boulder is not set up like how the player is. I mean, the boulder's not gonna have like eyes and all that, but I can just real quick. Got BU. For now, I'll kind of copy the same structure because it's just going to be easier for it to behave that way. Boulder, open. Based as child, and then... Whoa, okay. Just because also you're going to have just the player's animator for right now, because, again, it's easier that way. On the mesh, you're going to have the... Well, the material is... I made it, yeah, I think called boulder, that's just the gray. And then you're just gonna have a sphere. And then you're not gonna have the eye. I'll just turn off the eyes. It'd be funny to get the boulder's eyes, but no, I'd rather just be inanimate, just rolling rocks. And then I can get rid of you guys because having the thing on the lower thing. Then scale of you is 1. But then you. What did I just have you as? You're at like 0.9. Yeah. Covering most of the square, being menacing hazard. Okay. Wait, no, you're just doing the enemy code. Did I not actually? Oh no, because I totally didn't. Because I at the bottom here is calculate look direction. So I'm saying you don't need that, which means some of these functions you might also not need. Yeah. Okay. So no, stick to your direction and just go that way. Okay. Cool. So it just fell off and died. Neato, that's the easy stuff. What now gets hard is the everything else. So I guess I can quickly just test the easy scenarios. Yeah, if it's a hazard, it basically treats a hazard as invisible as if it doesn't exist. But then if an enemy is on it, the enemy will die. So there's no interaction that needs to happen there. If the player's on it, the player's gonna die. So yeah, nothing complicated needs to happen there. Spring, you also, right now, it's invisible. You go over it. Cool, and we saw holes working. Cool. Next is, let's test if this goes up. It should hit the wall and then turn around, go downwards. Okay, so like, okay, yeah, that worked. I'm just realizing, it does have like an extra turn of squishing against the wall and then going back the other way. I don't know if I'd rather that be like it one turn moving and by the next turn it has already done one movement back in the opposite direction. I mean, I don't know how often I'm gonna have boulders against the wall, but no, we'll leave it as is. It's fine. It works. It functions. Yeah. Okay. So, and we might change the animation later, but for right now, just putting the player animation there, it works fine enough. So that's working in terms of the calculating the direction stuff. So we know that we're not going to need any of this now. None of that matters. Hopefully I didn't delete too much. Oh, even none of this. These animation triggers are not needed because this is just how the eyes do eye things. But if I add back anything that would need this, for now, it's fine. If I do need to add that stuff back in, I'll just copy it backward and play. But right now, not necessary. Okay. So, now we get to the more tricky scenarios. I gotta wrap my head around how different things should interact. So let's start with all the let's start with all the the level 1, the nothing that's like on top of other things scenarios, because it's just they're that way. Enemies, or it would be easier to start with the player. Let's start with the player because it's gonna be easier to kind of control. Well, almost. The player has more, with the being elevated and all that, and the springs can be more complicated. But let's just start. So right now, how does this currently work? Ooh, there's I see that little bit of. I did see, not seeing any more of the boulder having like like flickering back for a second there. I mean, so that's the question: is this the behavior that I want? If the player dies to the boulder, if they're moving into the boulder, do I want them to not move and then the boulder moves down onto you? Or because you're moving into the boulder, do I want the boulder to stay still and then you just are moving onto the square where the boulder is and then you just die? And it's hard when like you're up against it. If I'm on the side here, I bumped into it, just didn't move. Oh yeah, the player's not gonna move because the player doesn't recognize the boulder being a thing yet. They still got to do that as well. Now, all this has the extra scenarios. Oh boy, oh boy. Let's start with the easy one, which is if we're not elevated, if we're not doing a spring move, we're doing here. I'm gonna just preemptively assume that those 3 scenarios are gonna have more complicated things. It's basically like moving fire. I mean, wait, it should be like an enemy, right? In theory, in theory, as I said, a boulder is basically just an enemy that doesn't turn, always moves in one direction. But the fact that it's not guaranteed to be moving directly at the player might throw some of this off, because we make some assumptions that an enemy is always moving towards the player. So if an enemy and a player are 1 block away, we know that they're trying to move towards each other rather than the boulder could be moving away. There is this scenario, if we have the player and then the boulder, if the boulder's moving this way, the turn should look like the boulder moves and then the player moves where the boulder was. But if the player moves first in a turn, that's not... Because we do have that a player gets like first sort of turn priority. Okay, so in... So should... Okay, so here's what we could do that might simplify this. We have that the enemy has a special thing over, where was it? Around at the bottom of its move stuff, where it... Where are you? Why can't I find, after an enemy has moved, if an enemy doesn't move... this part, yeah. If after an enemy moves, it then says, now that I have moved, am I on top of the player? If I am, then kill it. So that's like at the end of a move, then doing that. We could just, and we don't need to do that all the time because of just how some of the enemy and boulder move code works. So it could make sense that the boulder does this all the time between itself, and it can't do that with every enemy. But it could look at the grid manager and say, hey, grid manager, now that I'm here, is there an enemy here as well? Which should be lower in the list. Because if a boulder moves second, the boulder's moving onto a space. Unless the boulder doesn't move... hold on. This gets trickier. I have to test if anything... Maybe easier if I just, cycle through and say anything on me, an enemy, or the player If it is, kill it. Okay, yeah, it's okay. Which then, if an enemy and a player and a boulder all somehow move out of the same position in one turn, then the boulder just kills both of them. And it's like, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yes. Okay, having to balance a lot of things, but it's doable. Okay, so boulder. So this is gonna be, yeah, I'm gonna say this is regardless of it, if it moves or not, at the end of all of it, it then needs to do this sort of test. Yeah, this will cut down some of the scenarios, I think. It now needs to say, now that I have moved, and I've updated, yeah, the grid stuff, and I was the last thing to move in the turn compared to players and enemies. Say, hey grid manager, what else is in the spot that I'm in? Which is find in... I thought I had made a function that's like find in grid. Look in grid, whatever, yeah. Grid position is where we are... Almost. It's here if we didn't move. Here if we did, right? I mean, our, yeah, move position is where we want to move, but it doesn't mean that we actually moved there. We might not have. Oh, and this null. Wait, if there was nothing there, but this happens and we know that we didn't run into anything. Yes. Okay, so I might have to separate this based on... I mean, the scenarios are, if we move on to fire... Yeah, if we treat fire... Fire is the equivalent of a null square. So is a spring, not a hole. Okay. Let's see. Let me just do this with the grid position, and then I'll figure out how the place that we actually moved. Actually, if I update grid position after this, is that going to cause me any issues? I just need to double check how grid position's being moved. They're being used in the code. Next position. Oh wait, you... No, hold on. I do calculate that, don't I? Okay. Yeah. Next position is where we're going. Yeah, okay, so I can just use that. Never mind, problem solved. Already did it. Already did work that I was trying to figure out how to calculate again. It's fine. Grid manager, look in grid. Next position. So do that. That's gonna spit out a list of just game objects. It is, yeah. List game object. Things in same space is what we're gonna call this, I guess. Because that's what we're looking for. Like, what else is on the same place where we are or where we're trying to go by the end of the turn. And now we just need to for each through this. We don't care about index, I don't think. Thing singular in same space. So we go through that thing. If that thing is the player, if it's a player or the enemy, then we're killing it, but I guess we're killing it in different ways. If it's an enemy. I didn't get the bracket. Yep. It's fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so if we're a player, if we're enemy, then what are we doing? Kill the player. We don't have to, we don't have a reference to the player move. How does the enemy do it? Don't I already have a thing for the enemy to... Oh, the player dying is just, I have a handy just, this restart manager start process then reroutes to the player to kill the player, so that's easy. Oh, I didn't, do this, but I missed some of that. That's easy. Killing an enemy is not as kindly set up, and because it could be any enemy that we're getting, unfortunately, I think we have to just do a .get component enemy move the start die process. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. But doing this and doing this does shave off a lot of the things we need to test for around here. So now I think... So this is going to be handled there. Just because the thing we're moving to is the player, it could... No, that means this is after the player's moved. So actually, I mean, that will also do that. But I guess we're just going to handle it down here. Okay. So, and then a spring was also going to be just this scenario. Even if there's a player or enemy on top of it, it's doing this anyway, so this gets to just be... It doesn't matter. Like, might be able to combine a lot of these ores. Okay, so... Okay, that means a boulder can be simple just by having kind of that combined functionality. If it's nothing, we do a simple move. If it was nothing, we do a simple move, then we don't need to do that check because we know... Oh, wait. I already, This is slightly different. This is where we are hoping to move towards, but it doesn't guarantee that we're going to be there. This is only happens if execute move happens. If the wall or goal one happens, then this does not match this. Yeah, so it's different. It is different. Okay. Or it will sometimes be different, but sometimes be the same. Okay. So... Yeah. Wall and goal, we just turn around. Which means I don't need this anymore either. Just turn around. That's it. You don't move. And then... Hole, we move and we die ourselves. That's the hole. I guess the only thing that can kill the boulders, just rolling off the edge. Fire, spring, enemy, and player. We just do a move, and because of that, we don't care about the stacking. If there's an enemy on a spring or an enemy on top of a player, we don't care because we're just doing the same thing. That's nice. I'll combine this all into one big ore in a second, or I guess just these ones. First, I want to test this is actually working, and then we'll do that. So then we're going through where we ended up moving, which, funny, that means if this did make us move, then we wouldn't need, there'd be more to combine. Well, yeah. Okay, so that's that. So that should be boulder done in theory. So now we just got to adjust the player and enemy to interact with that. So what's that going to look like? Let's start with the player. I already put did I not put in if boulder? I thought I started that. No. I have said I was gonna do and then didn't because I got interrupted with something else. Okay. Fine then. So we're gonna start with the player's most basic scenario, which is here. Okay. So if hold on. It should be similar to the fire in theory. If we interact with, actually it should be the same as the enemy because the boulder itself deals with the killing of the player. So if we are not on the ground, we're not doing this, we're just moving normally, and the thing we're trying to move into is a boulder. Oh, actually, we'd still move, right? Because a boulder's on the move. The boulder's not. It might be moving into a. Oh no! Wait, this gets trickier. Because if the boulder's moving away, like to the side of us, then we're gonna move and the boulder's gonna roll away. So that scenario's fine. If the boulder's moving towards us, though, if we'd move up and the boulder would move down, and we were never on the same square at the same time, so then we wouldn't move. How do I handle that? I guess... no, but then that matters if the boulder was rolling towards us. If the boulder is rolling away to us, then we should move. If the boulder is rolling towards us, then we shouldn't move. And then let the boulder just land on us and then kill us. That's how that should be. Is there a better way, or is that the only way I can do this? Okay. Fine. So... Yeah. Okay, so... If... Or was... Boulder... Then we... Move... If... We need an if. But, so we won't do the respawn process here because we're letting the boulder take care of that. If... Oh, that means I have to go get the boulder move, and then there could be any amount of boulders. I don't have to do that every time. Well, technically this should only happen once. Well, no, we're having to do the test every time we're gonna move into a boulder. That's unfortunate. Darn, I feel like this is suboptimal. There might be a better way, but oh well, we don't have time to find it. Get component, boulder move. I need to know its facing direction. Well, or it's moving. I mean, the move direction is technically at this instant, the facing direction and the move direction should be identical. So, yeah. So getting either of them is fine. Technically, we want the direction that it's actively moving in, but the facing direction is. Why do you hate this? Oh, it's a. If it equals, it can't be equaling the way we're trying to go. It has to equal the sort of inverse of where we're trying to go. Oh, that's annoying to test for. I'm trying to think there's a better way to get that. I mean, we could if we take our own and invert it. So like what? Us the player. Equals face. So just start with it being facing direction, and then switch facing direction, and then well these guys up. Yeah, I don't know if this is the most ideal way of doing this, but oh well, I guess it's what we're gonna do. And then getting all this to then interact with the lard enemies. Oh well, it must be done. Okay, so boulder. I can get rid of all that. Well, I guess blah. Technically, I needed that. Not this. Inverted direction. I have multiple things to use this, that I could throw it in a bit of a helper function. Up, down. If it's down, then it's up. If it's left, it's right. And then right and left. I guess the boulder is already using this kind of thing, but what to invert with the walls, but whatever, it's fine. Okay. So, okay. Inverted direction is so if that is equal to inverted. The way that it's trying to go is equal to the opposite of the way that we're trying to go. Yeah. Then we don't move. Else. And do this. And I can put a knot in there, but I'm gonna come back to this. If it's working. Just kind of keeping it somewhat like the enemy kind of thing. Yeah. So if this. Yeah, okay. Let's test some of that. Whoa, all the wrong buttons. I guess I haven't finished the enemy part of it, and then that when we're in the middle of like a spring move and all that, but so yeah, we don't move. But yeah, then we can move where a boulder just was. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Some of that could technically be on the enemy if it wasn't guaranteed. It would have to be on the enemy if the enemy wasn't guaranteed to be moving towards us, which, yeah, okay. So now we need to deal with that scenario on... So fire doesn't matter. If we're moving on fire, we don't gotta worry about anything that's stacked on top of it. If it's a spring, we need this same... Oh no, is there a better way? Yes. If we're moving towards an enemy, then we also don't move because the enemy's about to move on to us. The hole will be stopped by the hole. Well, if we're stopped by a hole and then a boulder rolls onto us, the boulder will kill us. That's handled. With the spring, we need... If thing is greater than 1, then... Hold on, blah. Like that. Else. We'll wait. It's greater than 1. And then it's, if it's an enemy, then we're doing nothing. If boulder, I don't enemy and boulder being on the same square at the same time. That's not gonna happen because an enemy will die. Or the enemy will die. So we never have to worry about an enemy and a boulder both being on the same thing at the same time. In theory, that should be okay. Right? Yeah. So if a boulder, then we just need the same code. Which, yeah, that could definitely be made better, but whatever. We'll get back to it. And you're gonna be a 1. Yep. Yep. Alright, I think so. Unless... No, we don't need that as spring move. Maybe this could be combined. So I'm only having to do some of this because I initially... I'm having this test of what's at 0 and what's at 1 because things are being stacked. But there are some of these cases that are going to override other cases. Somewhere that's not the case. But in this case, the fact that there was an enemy... If there's an enemy on this square that we're trying to move on to... We do anything. Or if there's a... Actually, wait, no, because the enemy's gonna move into us, it'll kill us, so we don't care about the spring part of it. Yeah, if there's an enemy or a boulder on the square that we're trying to move on to... Oh, wait a minute. No, sorry, this does change. No, hold on. If we are trying to move onto a boulder, then... Then we do still want to have this part happen, because if the boulder's facing away from us... If it's equal to do nothing, otherwise execute move and do this. That should just now happen. And technically now there's else down here that needs to just copy this, which is not great. Maybe I'm now thinking about it, maybe I could change this a bit the way that I did with the boulders case, where I actually do just, on this space, go through the list of things. So this only works if the actual order of things being stacked doesn't matter, but there was some cases where it did, right? Like if we're elevated or the next turn is a spring move, that affects some things. I feel like I could at least do it here and combine this and this to a degree, and this. So I think I'll try it. At least there, I can cut down. And then I can look into if I can cut down more. Okay, so that's over here. So things in same space. That's not, actually, okay, I guess this name is different. This is... Actually, this time we actually are going at... This time we would be going off of that, like the where we're trying to move to. So I can get rid of this and actually just use that list. Things... thing at point, I guess. So if the thing at that point is a spring, we'll start with that. But that doesn't guarantee that we're moving. Or... Well, we're gonna see. We're gonna find out. Okay. So... If it's a spring, we're guaranteed to be... Where is it? Moving... Where's that one line about making... When did I get on the enemy move? I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. That's why this is being partially weird. I'm gonna do that here. move the enemy move away because we're just not dealing with it right now. Get the player and the boulder to be perfectly working together first, and then go from there. So, Well, okay, did I delete? I deleted the spring. Put that back in. No. Why is it on the player? Because wait. Right, because I copied that from that. That would make sense. But I do need enemy. Weird. Okay, so if it's a spring, then we're not guaranteed to move though. The stuff on top affects if we can move. But at minimum, we can turn that on all the time, because even if we're dying, then that won't matter because the next turn won't happen. But if it's an enemy, and then if it's a boulder, then So if it's an enemy, then we should do nothing because the enemy's gonna be moving onto us. We did that because that's just what this is. But a boulder was gonna be this whole thing, part of it anyway. Hold on. Get the inverted direction. Just thing at point. Either do nothing or do that, and this. The problem though is combining this, because this if it was just a spring on its own, this would be here. But if there's an enemy, we have to almost like cancel the move. This could be like set up that we want to move. If there's an enemy, then we cancel that. How do we handle this? Because the reason that we need all these complicated if-else is because, like, if there's just a spring on its own, we're moving on to it. If it's a spring and an enemy, then we're not moving on to it. But that so that's why I needed to say if it contains spring and it contains enemy. How do I properly? And then if it contains, it shouldn't contain the spring and an enemy and a bolt at the same time. But if it did, then it would just go off the enemy rules, and that would be fine, which means don't move. If we have a spring and a boulder, then if it's moving towards us, then it's like an enemy, and if it's moving away from us, then we can move on to it. So why does that work here, but not? Because I can't. Wait, well, so also actually no, so this is already flawed as well down here, because then like this would like happen twice unless I set up a bool in front of it. Because basically we're just looking in front of us and saying, are we gonna move or are we gonna not move? Well, it's not just that. I guess we are, setting different triggers and all that. Trying to have this not like overwrite each other is the problem. Because these are competing in this current state where we do just go one by one through the thing. We know the spring will be the first thing that we find because the spring's going to be lowest on the thing. I thought this would be better, but might not be actually. I was thinking that like this was being like the lazy way of like not going through each thing, just going through one by one. Is there this? Is there this? Or is there this? But this way is having its own problems. I thought it would be like, oh, it might look cleaner if it could get this way to work, but not if it doesn't work, where these different options are sort of just competing with each other. Because if there is a spring, an enemy, and a boulder in the same position, then it will be. It actually will. It'll go through this as a spring. You'll be like, yeah, there's a spring. We can move, but we need to look at the next thing. Like, is there also an enemy? But I don't want to start a second for each loop in here. You're like, oh, we found a spring. How about an enemy? Is there? Unless. Yeah, this is funky. I don't know why I'm not just seeing what should be done here. Like yesterday when it was like just the player and the enemies and like the springs, it was almost like easier to comprehend. Like this is kind of getting already complex with all the different scenarios that we need to keep track of. But again, if somehow it was the case that there was only one thing ever on one grid space, then this would be significantly easier in theory. Part of what makes this hard is the fact that multiple things can be on the same grid space. But that's only because we have things that move and things that don't move. Everything that doesn't move is never, there's never two things on the same grid space. It's only, actually, this is the last thing that does move. No, we have the large enemies, but the only things that can be, occupying a grid space is, what if we separated them then? That's an idea. Well, so the grid manager should only have. Would it only have one thing that moves and one thing that doesn't move? No, because you can have if you set up we did set this up where you have like enemy player and the player moves over here, then in the middle of a turn being calculated, player moves here and then enemy moves here to kill the player, then this enemy needs to know, like, alright, an enemy's already moving there to kill the player, so don't move. So that's a case where that's two things that move occupying the same space just long enough to, because when we're in the middle of the move calculations, even if at that point, then I think we remove the player from the grid. Still though, yikes! Why is this being tricky? I mean, it's because a lot of this is just being with all the different interactions that can happen. This is just a lot of different scenarios to test for. But I feel like, there's being like holes where some of these scenarios they just don't work. Trying to sort through. Yeah, how that should be. Basically, to decide, like, in some cases where some things move, and some cases where things don't move, and we're triggering different animations and bumping into stuff like a wall, and whether the player's dying, and all that. Is there a way we can slightly tweak the behavior of how some of these things move that would make these calculations simpler? I mean, initially, what's weird is that, like, we had player and enemy working. And I said, like, like a boulder is just like an enemy that doesn't turn. But that's part of the problem. Part of what's making this tricky is that sometimes the boulder will be moving towards the player killing it, but sometimes the boulder will be moving away, not killing the player. If our ordinary enemies weren't guaranteed to move towards the player, then we'd have these same problems. So that's not the only issue. Yeah. Do I step back from the end? Yeah, just focus on boulder and player, get that working, and then we have to figure out like boulder and enemy working, how that's gonna happen. Okay. What about would it be beneficial at all to, in the turn manager, so right now we're guaranteeing, we're saying that as far as the turn order is concerned, player moves, then all the enemies move, and then we have the boulders move. We're changing that around to make anything easier. What I'm kind of trying to do is guarantee. Wait, as soon as an enemy gets killed by a boulder, it should immediately remove itself from the grid, right?
Yeah. So okay. Wait. No. Okay. So as far as the player is concerned, an enemy and a boulder will never occupy the same square at the same time. So actually, the part of the problem I was having with this can maybe sort itself out, because the second that if the player is moving first, hold on. So if the player is moving first, it's the beginning of a turn, and the boulders and enemies haven't moved yet, then you will never have a boulder and an enemy on the same square at the same time. So I don't, but it could be one or the other. Yeah, okay. So I was trying to account for, like, if a boulder and an enemy on the same square, then it might be able to, like, which one's lower in the list. But I don't think, yeah, that should never be an actual issue, because, yeah, okay. So, player move, else. But yeah, I was hoping I could go through just this, but, so we know if this is gonna be one or the other. Probably, like, as soon as we find one, then we quit. If I were to go... If I just define a bool, maybe I can get away with defining some bool should move equals false. And then rather than execute moving here, we like, if by the end of this, we have if should move equals true, then we do that movement there. But then in here, if there's a spring, so that doesn't actually, if we don't move, then this shouldn't be true, as far as that's concerned. But Luska, hi, hello, welcome to the stream. We are attempting to, I was hoping, we're making the boulders, so we have our player and we have our enemy. We're trying to make the rolling boulder that's basically just an enemy that doesn't turn, but that's kind of presenting its own issues. I initially thought we could do this one quickly, because I would just be reusing a lot of code and then it would be fine. But it's presenting its own issues that's being a little bit tricky, but we're working through it slowly but surely. Yeah, mainly just our detection code of, like, if a player is moving onto this grid and there's a spring on it and an enemy and there's a boulder over here and it's moving away, it's like all these different scenarios of like what should happen, how the player interacts with the different squares that it's moving onto, and how the boulder and the enemies, how they are interacting with each other based on how they're moving around. I was hoping to find Blue Screen of Death Simulator developing. I think they haven't crashed yet, so it should be fine. Okay, so what was I doing? So if should move, if we die to an enemy in a boulder, it does so I guess if we move in this scenario, if there's a spring, if we're moving onto it, the setting that to true is fine. If we aren't moving, it's because something's moving onto us about to kill us, so this being set incorrectly doesn't matter because the player's about to die anyway. Okay. So, should move gets to be true here. Should move will be false here. And we know that spring is earlier in the list, which means that this will run and it'll go through the for loop and be on the next thing. If it's an enemy, it's gonna go here and this will undo this, and then that should be fine. Actually, yes. Yeah, actually, no, I can still have this. Yeah, that part should be fine there as well, to extra cancel it. If it's a boulder, we know we're not gonna have this and this at the same time. It's gonna be one or the other. Boulder, check the direction. If it's moving towards us, the boulder is trying to move onto us, then we do nothing. Should move is false. Funny that these do nothings are actually doing something. Haha. And then if this should move is this back to true, not back to true. Actually, it would just like stay true if it was already, and it will stay whether it was a spring. Wasn't already a spring. Okay, that's good. And then it should move. Then actually execute the move, and next turn is set to true already. Is it actually? Hold on, let me double check. Execute move. Oh, right, no, shoot, you take care of that there. Oh. That's manageable. Ideally, I'd like to keep that part as it was. So we're gonna make another bool. Should spring equals false, and then that's gonna take the place of all of this. Yeah, and then it should move, and then after that, if should spring, no, yes to should spring, then does it next turn is spring move, true. Yeah, this is getting complicated, but we're getting through it. Okay, so this, in theory, if this works, that means I can cut out all of this. All of it. If this is all taken care of now. And this, while not being great, this in theory looks better. I'll cut that out and cut this out. Maybe I should be testing this before I prematurely delete stuff I don't want to, but and where was the normal dealing with an enemy? Was that in here? Why is this here double? That probably shouldn't be a thing. Did I do that at some point accidentally? Whoops. I have to assume that I already deleted the enemy part when I put it in here. Hopefully. I should almost have like a checklist of as long as each condition is covered, then it's fine. Okay. And some of this I might be able to combine it over here to cut down on some of that as well. We'll get to that. I mean, it's only the scenarios when I actually have to care about things being on top of each other. In any case where like if the base level thing is thing that doesn't move, then it's fine. I don't have to worry about any of this. Okay. So I'm not done with this, but yeah, why do I have this here? This shouldn't be here then. I must have meant to move it and then I didn't, is all I can assume. Making sure before I delete it. Yeah, so it's cut down a little bit more. Yeah, the fire is universal. You move and you die. It does not matter what else was there. Wait, if a shoot. No, it does matter now. No, if a boulder is on the fire, and the boulder is moving towards the player, then the player needs to not move. It's not a guaranteed move anymore. Dang it. Unless I chained the boulders and I was gonna have boulders just roll through fire. Unless I say a boulder does die to fire for some reason, then I wouldn't have to worry about it. I mean, I don't really know if I'm gonna have any level where there's fire, but like, I mean, the idea, it's like, you can't go this way, but the boulder can. No, I might want that. I should, I kinda, yeah, no, I think I actually do want that enough that it's worth doing. Okay, so, I mean, okay, making this way isn't that bad. Oh, no, hold on, I'm definitely, before I even get there, before I get ahead of myself, I'm definitely not done because, wait, no, hold on. I might need to actually combine this, like, should move, should spring stuff, and have it be wrapped around, like, everything. Perhaps. Oh. Can I ask you for help a few minutes? English. Can I ask you for a few minutes of help later about 3D design? You can ask now. I can try to answer some questions. I'm not the best at 3D. But I mean, okay, again, I made like an animated person a while, but like, I feel like I'm currently extra rusty at Blender compared to when I made that, so. But no guarantees I can help, but I can try. Yeah, ask away. Okay, so we have the elevated stuff had extra rules. If the next move is a spring move, that has extra rules. But I now have to handle how does this work with this. Actually, wait, will it be the same? When did I do the do nothing there? I didn't mean to do that, I don't think. Hold on. I'm thinking. Okay, so before I do that, I think I might actually, yeah, doing some stuff that allowed me to cut down on how much this is and make it look less confusing. I think all the way back here, I'll define should move, should spring, and then, well, we'll see if I have to define another thing. Should become elevated or something. Define that all the way down there, and then only execute on these at the end of, like, going through the list of things. So then I can replace, at the very least, replace all of these with should move equals true. Should move is true. Should move is true. Should move is false. Should move is true. Anywhere where we're just a bump. I think I want to. Yeah, should move equals false. Even though it's like it would be false, but I'm just gonna put that just in case to account for if I make some change later where that isn't the case. Oh, this here that it's always a should move. Will it always? Yeah. Yeah, should move will always be true if we're springing. Yeah, because we'll always be leaving the spring regardless of anything else. Yeah, but in some cases, other stuff will happen. No worries. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Or like, I didn't help with anything yet. You're gonna like ask some questions like with 3D design. You can ask away, and either I might know stuff or I might not. We'll see. Okay, this, blah. Unless I misunderstood your question, which is possible. this being false. And then false, true. This being true. True, false, true, false. Wait, no, wait. If we're elevated, no. Yeah, if we're elevated, move on to an enemy, we will do that. Yes, siree. Should spring also now should be replaced by this, which then handles the situation down where it does that. Okay. Should move. Oh, also, FYI, this stream won't be going as long as yesterday, because yesterday it wasn't supposed to go as long as it would. I got stuff to do. Yeah, ideally we stop before midnight, and hopefully I can get stuff done. It's concerning that even this first thing has taken some time. Although these 3 things are stationary, and so is this actually. So in theory, they won't be as complicated to integrate with everything else, because it won't be as many tricky situations of stuff being on top of many other things. In theory, we're gonna find out. I could be wrong. But, okay, so what was I doing? Okay. So now, wall, if full, combining. So, okay, these are things where there'll never be something on top of this. There'll never be something on top of this. And then this is stuff where there can be multiple things on top of it. But now fire was going to be that, like, universally, regardless of any of these scenarios, it's going to do this. But now, if there's a boulder and fire on the same square, that should override this. Would that work if I just put this all before this if statement? So actually now the order potentially matters, because then we go through we say, hey, there's fire, and fire will be the lowest thing. Yes, because it's a kind of ground tile that doesn't move. Fire will be the first thing. Oh, we shouldn't, maybe I guess we're gonna introduce another bool should die equals false. Well, okay, we're gonna see equals false. Wait, no, true. I don't know if this is the best way to do this, but whatever. If we should die, then we're calling that guy. So then what could in theory happen is we see the fire and like, yeah, we should die. And then we're like down, we get to here. If there's also a boulder will say Boulder moving towards us. If Boulder's moving away from us, then nothing changes. Boulder moving towards us should die as false here, because then the Boulder is going to take care of moving onto the player and killing it, I guess. That might not be completely necessary, but it's necessarily only in that I think if I call the dying script up there, it cuts off the rest of the turn, which is bad. Where if by letting the Boulder handle the dying, the Boulder will get to finish its own turn of moving, I think. Possibly, yeah. Goal is always that we touch it, we win immediately, we don't care about anything else. Which, interesting. I don't have to care about this, but I'm wondering if I see that this is a goal, I don't know if I can just immediately, like, don't care about any other testing, nothing else matters, don't even go through any of this, just stop and do immediately. I could maybe do, but, not right this second. Okay, so... Okay, so now I gotta figure out the elevated and next turn is spring scenarios if there's a Boulder. So right now, we said that these work if there's no Boulder. Which let me just double check that. So enemy, sorry, I mean these cases is what I meant. So wall, hole, enemy, spring behaves slightly different if we're on an elevated wall and if our next turn is being sprung. When we're being sprung, we're guaranteed to move no matter what, which means that, wait a minute, we'll move. The only reason the Boulder is complicated is because sometimes we move, sometimes we don't. We're always going to guarantee to be moving. We'll land, and then it's just like an enemy. And then if it's an enemy, we're still going to do that. Yeah, we're going to do nothing, and either the Boulder's going to move away from us, or when the Boulder's turn comes around, it's going to move on to us and then kill us. So that's easy. That's super easy. Yeah. Okay. Handled. I guess so these don't need to be here because they say do nothing. I'm going to keep them there so that we know that we've accounted for those scenarios. We've written down, like, that's what happens. Nothing. Because that's what that does. Okay. So, I guess, I mean, I could say should spring always being false, but this... I think it's gonna set that true, so yeah, that's fine. Okay. Elevated. If we're elevated moving down onto a Boulder, we'll always move on to it. So that case is also actually... That's also super simple. Yeah. We're always gonna move onto the Boulder and should move equals true. I could combine this in an or, I won't write this. A lot of things can actually be combined. The only case where we don't move is the hole. If this wasn't a scenario or we let that lead to death, then I could combine that. But no, it's not a thing, so it's fine. Okay, awesome. So that scenario was easy, for once. Now let me reassess the Boulder's own interacting with stuff. Wall and goal, you flip around. Hole, you move and fall and die. Fire, you just move. But then we've now dealt with that scenario also for the player. Spring, you just move. Enemy, you just move. And player, you just move. And after doing all that, that means other than this scenario, you're guaranteed to at least move, but this is the case where you die. So this could be a giant or thing, but whatever, it's fine. And these potentially be else ifs, but whatever, it's fine. Yeah. It's way easier to move around when I don't have to also then correct the else's. And then you look, after having moved, you then look on if you're on the same square as an enemy, or as a player or an enemy. Should that be an else? Can you be on the same thing at the same time? If you have player, enemy, Boulder all going to move on the same square, what happens? You'd have the player moves, it's an empty square, so it does nothing. Enemy's gonna move onto the set square and then kill the player, it's gonna start that process. But if it does finish off the turn, then the enemy's, the Boulder's gonna very briefly look at that, and it should also move. So it should still move. It's gonna look at that and see the 0 thing as being... Well, yeah, it's gonna move, so it doesn't matter if it's a spring, enemy, fire. It's gonna move, but then it's gonna also start the respawn process. Does that matter? Is that okay? I guess that's fine. I mean, looking at, sorry, this can be an else because each individual thing, it's not gonna be 2 of the same. So no, that part's fine. Okay. Yes. Okay, so that's working. Now, player and boulder should be completely good, in theory, with interacting with each other. Now, I just want to make sure that enemies, and even a boulder interacting with the enemy as far as this side of the code, it seems like it'll be okay. So then I just want to double check. So now I got to handle the scenario of an enemy going to move onto a boulder, which should be similar to the player in that if we're moving towards the boulder, we're moving towards the boulder and the boulder's moving away from us, then we move and then everything's all good. Nothing happens. If we're moving away from if we move somewhere and the boulder moves onto the enemy, then it'll die and that's all good. If if enemy is moving into boulder and boulder's moving away, then it'll just move. So yeah, okay. That just means... So first and foremost, before I add any boulder things, I think I can combine this in the way I said, I should do this now. This setup of replacing the execute move things for the variables. Actually, hold on before I go any further. This might as well be part of that. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm just realizing, though, that there's an issue, though. If we're elevated and we move onto a spring, we should become not elevated anymore. How do we never account for that? I guess because the next spring launch is going to do something. The separate thing is that this should be elevated equals false on a spring. Technically, you know, just for good what's happening, technically it's going to happen here as well, but we're about to die, so it's not going to be shown. But what I meant to do is the thing being true over here. This should just be moved outside of this. Yeah. Technically, this would also be elevated equals false, but we've also, yeah, that's fine. Just so that, I guess it's good to just have that in there, so just in case it could make anything be funky. Okay. So, so what was I doing? I was adding this same functionality onto the enemy script, which is going to start, and then already, no, that's just because you're not used yet. You're about to be. And now I can combine all of this over here. That's in line with this. Before the look direction, yeah. You don't have spring moves, so actually you won't have the should spring part. So that's simpler. And now I basically gonna be putting this in a bunch of places. Okay. And should die is also gonna be there very rarely. So anywhere I see execute move, that's getting replaced for should move equals true. Blah. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. I'll do all the move ones first, and I'll come back for the dying one. Execute move. Blah. And then what? Execute move. And then looking for more of them. Okay. Blah. And blah. And no, not that one. That's specifically one that shouldn't be replaced. Okay. Cool. Now, should die is just for start die process. This one might be less needed, but whatever. It's fine. Wait, is that the only case where that happens? Oh, it is. Yeah, because if we're moving onto a boulder, we don't know if the boulder's moving away from us or towards us. So that's why the moving into a boulder isn't going to trigger the should die thing. Yes. Okay. So next, I'm just thinking now if this bit should be basically turned into this for loop. Basically the same, not the same, but like similar, which I think yes. And this only starts if, well, wall enemy goal get treated as, yeah, walls to just bump off of. This is, you don't have should spring. This, yeah, to handle some of the stacking problems. So if there's a spring, then that's something where we can move. If we see another enemy, we shouldn't move. So I'm just realizing that if should move is false, should it, this should be doing the wall bump animation, should it? That should be an extra thing in here that I don't have. Right. Wait, how do I have nothing there? Wait a minute. No, do nothing is because you were launching out of the enemy and then dying. If we're not out, wait, what did I have in the? Did I not have? Before, if we touch into an enemy, if we were gonna run into an enemy, we wouldn't move, and then it would do the bump wall animation. No, we don't. Right, no. If we're moving into an enemy, we don't do the bump wall animation. We just stop and let the enemy go onto his die. No, that's on purpose. Yeah, that part's fine. Okay. Wait, how does that affect here? Why did I start saying that? Okay. Alright, so just how I was trying to combine this with this and whether... So enemy bumping into enemy should do the wall animation. So that's just special for the enemy. So this should do this. That's that. Okay. Enemies moving to an enemy, it'll bump to the wall, but then nothing will happen. It doesn't mean we're about to die. The enemy's about to move on to us. The boulder is a separate question. So the boulder, we look at the boulder. If it's facing the opposite way, then... or if it's facing... the inverse of the direction we're going to go, which means we're moving towards it and it's moving towards us, then that means that... Wait a minute, should... if you're not actually handled there anymore. You do... This only mattered because, this bit... Where was the part that would be setting it to true? Wait, where's the part that would be setting it to true? The whole point of this was, that's it with the fire. That's to undo the fire. Yeah, okay. So, which is still gonna be a thing here, I think. Where's the fire? Fire handled here. You're set to true. Yeah, this is gonna... Wait, oh. If an enemy is going to move onto fire and there's a boulder there, yeah, it won't move so that it can be crushed by the boulder only if the boulder is moving towards it. So if the boulder is moving towards it, should equals false, it makes sense to have that part stick around. Okay. And we won't have a bump because it'll just land on you and die and do the die animation. Else, this is if the boulder is in fact rolling away. So should move is true. So that bit's fine. I am on the enemy. Yeah. Okay. So this part. So now. So is this good then? This is good. Everything's good. Let me just double check. So a boulder hasn't moved yet. Boulder hasn't moved as part of its turn, but other enemies. No, but that should still be okay. Is this good? Is this good? Are we done with this part? We might be. So we look at this. If it's a spring, then we decide yes, we're gonna move. If we then also see an enemy, we decide no, we're not gonna move. And then if we only see an enemy, then we decide yeah, we're not gonna move. That's also fine. If we see a boulder, then we decide we're not gonna move. And then if it's coming towards us, because it's gonna kill us. If it is moving away from us or just not towards us, then yeah. So okay, I think this is good. Other than now, I can get rid of this bit that was doing a worse version of the same thing. You have start respawn process in there. Hold on. Wait a minute. No. Right. This doesn't account for everything. This doesn't account for actually hitting the player. I just didn't. Yeah. Right. Hold on. No, that bit needs to be in here. If thing is player. If it's the player, what does that mean? If so, that means that that's like a player on a spring potentially, or it's a player on its own. If we're moving, that means we are going to be moving towards the player. So should move is true. Kill that player. We're not doing the wall one. Is it just that? Spring and player is like, yeah, good to go. Oh, no, right. We need to actually kill the player. No. This has actually restarting the spawn process, which that could be its own like Boolean thing, but that's fine. If this is happening, we're moving on to the player, we can do that immediately. That's okay, I think. And well, wait. If let me back up. Don't check the stuff I just deleted just to make sure. We know the order will be, as an example, spring, player, enemy, and then another enemy trying to move onto that spot. That will always be the order. So if we here are like, it's a spring and that should move, yeah. And then, hey, it's the player, start killing them. And then we see, hey, there's an enemy as well. Then we cancel that, and then we don't move because another enemy's it's already got that covered. It's already fine. Yes, and we're not gonna have the player. We won't see the player and the border being on the same square at the same time. So that should also be dealt with. And we're not gonna see an enemy in the boulder at the same time because it'll kill the enemy. Well, no, unless the boulder hasn't. No, we could see that, but that'll just be like, we're not going to move because there's an enemy there that's already done its moving. It's already done that, but then a boulder's going away. If the boulder's going away, then we'll move. Oh, wait, does that, We're going to see if that causes a problem. I'll come back to that. Okay. Multiplexers! Yeah! Yes. Okay, this might be fun. This might work. It's either it will or it won't. Let's get back to... Actually, no. One more little thing. While I am here... I've used this a few times to just calculate an inverse direction. Cool to just make a... Well, but no, then I have to make you an actual, like, class or whatever. Now, I was gonna say if there's an easy way to go, like, direction.inverse. I could maybe make that kind of help. No, never mind. Whatever, it's fine. Let's just see if this works. Okay. Multiplexers are a thing in programming to, I didn't even... Gotta interact... Oh, actually... So first, multiplexers are a thing in, like, when you're, like, physically built, like, hardware building computers. It's a component of, like, CPUs and stuff. That's when you get, like, really down to, like, the bare bones of what a CPU is. And I had to learn what that stuff was for a class. Okay, so now I guess we're just gonna interact with these things, and then we'll try to find... Like, we've got a lot of, like, the common scenarios, like, those are fine. It's just a lot of the weird edge cases that we gotta account for. Yeah. Okay, okay, that worked. We went over the grid. Or we went over the boulder, that was fine. If I put you here... That's also fine. I can't, well, okay, if I just delete you real quick and then put you up here, then I should land on the boulder and die, correct? Cool. Boulder is here. Oh, you're... I think you actually get set to 1 by code, so I think that's actually okay. Whatever, it's fine. Maybe I'll... Well, wait, we should, the player should always be on top of, like, everything, so, yeah, actually, I think I might have already done that, but the player should always be on top of everything, and then, like, would a boulder should appear... If something is killing something, it should appear on top of the thing that it's killing. No. Or maybe the thing that's being killed should be on top so you can actually see it spin away and die. I don't know, we'll see. For the enemies, that's where that's important. Let's see you get killed by a boulder, actually. See if that works. Wait, right, no, you're gonna move towards me. Well, okay. Wait a minute, was that, I've just realized something interesting with the enemy movement that's kind of... Yeah, if I'm to the side of it, it'll just keep moving up and down. Which is... like, I guess that's fine. That's just... like, it makes sense. It's like, oh, you're on a diagonal, like, how else are we gonna move towards them? So let me actually see the boulder. I didn't actually pay attention at all to the boulder killing him. Hey, wait, no, what was that? What was that? No, hold on. What? I died like a space away from an enemy. No, it seemed like stuff was working. Why? Let me try to more specifically recreate that exact scenario. I was here and here. I'm gonna start one. If I'm here and I'm holding right, actually the direction shouldn't matter. I could have set it up. Why? Why did that happen? Why did that happen? I died when I wasn't, I shouldn't have. I wasn't on top of anything. Also, the enemies they're not spitting away and dying. Let me leave the enemy over here on the hazard. Wait a minute, did I incorrectly set stuff up with how an enemy's supposed to die? Is that if an enemy is dying, did I accidentally make it to restart? I may have totally done that. Where's the fire? Where's the fire? Why is fire not around here? Fire should die, then does. Yeah, that's not what you should do. Okay, wait. Yeah, that's just if any enemy dies by itself deciding it should die, then it was doing that. Whoops. This should be start die process or whatever. Okay. Whew. Glad it was hopefully just that. That means that it was stuff happening off screen. It was probably actually just this guy specifically getting let into the fire or whatever. Yeah, okay. I still want... Isn't it? Oh, you don't know what? No, okay. Let me just adjust some heights real quick. The enemy looks like it's not spinning away. I think it is, but it's just underneath. It goes underneath the boulder, so that's why it looks like it just disappears instantly. So I'm going to use the heights here to kind of dictate what should be on top of what. Where is... Let me set an actual, like... This would be easier to mess with in the inspector. Public... I'll go with height. Using height as a draw order is what I'm doing, I guess. I'll put 0 there for a second, but then I'll we'll say the highest number gets drawn first. So height, and then there's 2 places I have to replace it. I think 3. Never mind. I was wrong. That's for that player. For an enemy. So an enemy should be higher, but not as high as the player. We'll say 3, I guess. This should have, I guess, the same 3 things to swap. Yeah. And then boulder will be lower, but still above, like, fire. This is like... We'll say this is 1. I don't know if 1's gonna be too close to the actual ground, so I'll give it 2. And I can always change it. I guess 1 was off the ground, so maybe 1 was actually fine. Well, now we're about to find out. And then when I make like the large enemies, yeah, mess with that. Okay, let's just see. In general, yeah, layering. Shouldn't see the kind of layering issues. Yeah, you can see an enemy die. Woo! If I'm gonna move onto a boulder, yeah, that does that. If I'm gonna move onto a boulder, yeah, I don't move and just let it come to me. That's a fine. I chase the boulder. I can't chase the boulder. If I'm chasing a boulder, it's going away from me. Yeah, I'll land on it as it moves away. That's fine. But if I land on it like that, even when it's going away from me, I still die. That's dealt with. Yay! Things are working. Woo! Took a little bit to get there. Some of that was mainly just like cleaning up some of the stuff we had before. I'm sure I can find probably other scenarios that are not working. Yeah, wait, that was interesting. Yeah, I went to move into an enemy and I didn't move because it doesn't matter which enemy's moving into me. One of them is... Yeah, that's fine. That's an scenario I'm okay with. I'm trying to think of, do I have... What happens if a boulder's going to run into a boulder? I didn't do that. I think I can just treat it like a wall. Right now it's probably gonna mess up. If a boulder runs into a boulder, do the same thing. Oh no. Do the wall thing. Well, wait, but if there's one away, then one of them needs to move to actually be close to each other. No, that's fine. That should be okay. Have another boulder be something you just bounce off of. Okay. If this works, then I'm just gonna say, just to speed things along, I'm gonna say that this is probably good enough that we're fine for this part to be done, and we'll move on to the next thing. Yeah, okay. If they're, like, there's like the one space away, that's a little bit weird. But if they're like equal and they'll, how they'll get to each other, then it should look fine. Yeah, they'll bounce and go away. I'm fine with that. That's okay. Yes. Okay, so we're gonna say that that's okay, that's working. Yeah. And Trello board. You can call rolling boulder block done. Let's just go straight into the faded arrow blocks. This is gonna be another stationary block, so I'd like to think it won't be that bad, but it's gonna be adding one more thing for the other things I have to interact with. But this one shouldn't be that bad in theory, right? I dare you to check it as if it was a canal map. I don't know what that is, but you know how I can find out? A quick Google. I'm guessing that that's some game that, like, is a thing. Oh, I'm seeing some math thing. It's a method of simplifying Boolean algebra expressions. Oh no. I've been to many years at university. How have I not had to do this specific thing? I don't know. I've done like truth tables and stuff. Oh wait, that's kind of okay. So I've done stuff in the ballpark of this. I'm seeing this has to do with what's effectively truth tables and I guess ways of simplifying them. And I've done Boolean algebra in general, just not Carol maps, I guess. Yep, fair enough. So yeah, okay. I have done stuff similar to this. This just not this specific exact thing. Interesting. Okay. So like, yeah, there are some similar scenarios that I'll combine. I think I'm gonna save because we keep moving things around and like these currently are all similar. They could be all ORed together, but every time we add a new block, I keep finding scenarios like, oh, now this one, like now maybe fire wouldn't be grouped in these, and then I have to separate them. I'm gonna kind of wait till after we have all the different block types in place before I OR everything together. I think because it'll just be easier to do, and also having these actually be like else ifs because that's also a thing I can do. But while I keep shuffling things around, yeah, we're gonna wait on that for right now. Okay, faded arrow block. This should be easy. Actually, this is gonna be extra easy because the point of this is it's half a decoration piece and it's half only boulders interact with this. Only boulders do faded arrows. It's just to be able to have a boulder go whoop 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 to be as if like a thing that just goes in a patrol path kind of deal. That's it. There's gonna be these arrows that like everything is affected by. Should I do them first? Nah. Well, I mean, I think they're similar enough that it'll probably be the same script, and then these ones will just have like a Boolean of that. It's like boulder only or something. Yeah, we'll just call this. I'll call this arrow, just arrow, and then we'll see. I'm gonna make a guess that they'll be the same. No lab code. Oh, hey, one hit. Hello, hi, hello. It's been 5 years. What are you working on? It's been 10 months actually, but that's still very much a long time. Lab code is here. Yeah, everyone remembers that the lab code. It's just middle of summer, so it's very, very hot, and yeah, doing this so I don't die of heat stroke. When the weather gets colder, then I'll be wearing it 24/7 again. Don't you worry. It's here in spirit. So what are we working on? I'll give you the quick
recap. Actually, the recap is going into play mode, and you can just see the chaos as it happens. So basically, oh, I don't have a good test thing set up anymore, but whatever. Basically, so first, we're making a game in 9 days. It was like a challenge to myself to try and make a game in a... That shouldn't have happened. Oh no, I just found a scenario that's broken that we should fix. Actually, what was it? That was an enemy. Enemy went to move into a wall. Why? Is that... Why? That's probably the enemy's problem. So okay, we have to do that before we go to arrows. So we're trying to make a game in a short amount of time, just for as a fun challenge, whatever. Which is funny because I say like it meant to be a 9-day thing, like a game jam kind of thing. Like try not to overscope, try not to plan something too big. I feel like I've kind of planned something a little bit too big that I'm not like, oh no, will I be able to finish it in the middle of like, you know, other things that I'm doing. Chroma 2021, the lab code is just a gag. Chroma 2022, it's here. Yeah. Follow age? Is that a thing? That be a thing? Interesting. Or I don't have that. I don't know if on your end a automatic thing comes up, but I don't have Nightbot configured for that. I don't think. Anyways, what was I just saying? So yeah, making a game where you're just a character that like moves around in this grid and you move every like 0.4 seconds, and then there's enemies and hazards and goal that you're trying to get to, just gonna get through the levels, and yeah. I mean, it's getting kind of complicated with how all these things interact with each other, but from a gameplay standpoint, it's not super duper complicated. All of the enemies themselves, like getting away from them is being tough, which is interesting, the kind of difficulty that's there. So the part of what you are also doing is not just getting away from enemies, but in theory, when we build actual levels, having to strategically like lead enemies into stuff, lead them into hazards so that they die, so that you can get past them. So stuff like that. So we're still, today is day 4 of the 9 days, and we are just finishing programming the rest of the things that you as the player will be able to interact with, and then from that, then we're in theory we're going to start building levels, which I don't have all of them planned yet, but I have some maybe ideas, and we're going to see how that goes. Anyway, so right now we were about to start programming these arrow blocks that I want to have. That's just if you hit the arrow, then your next move is automatically going in this direction. But which should be super easy in theory. The problem is, yeah, we just saw a scenario that broke, so I just got to fix that up really quick. And yeah, a lot of this is super confusing to anybody but me, but I built it, so I half understand how it works. Okay, so what happened? The scenario that just happened was player was on a wall in the elevated state. Did I leave? Oh, I have an idea. Did I leave the elevated state early? When you go onto, if you're elevated, moving to a wall you stay elevated, moving into a hole you stay elevated. Okay, that's fine then. That wasn't that. So from the player's point of view, what happened? From the player's point of view, no, the player's move was fine. The player's move was fine. It was the enemy's move that wasn't fine. So probably something in the enemy itself. Enemy goes to move. It was an enemy going to move into a wall, but then there was also a player there. Enemy goes to move into a wall. Do this. I don't set should move to being true. I mean, should move should be set to false here, I guess. The wall, another enemy, or the goal. Oh, this might just be an order thing. I think this needs to happen after this test. Yeah, because we do the wall test, we say, no, we shouldn't move, and then this thing says, hey, there's a player. I did say, no matter what, if there's a player, go and kill the player. There's the one scenario where that shouldn't happen is if we're on a wall. So I just, yeah, didn't do that right. Okay, so we're gonna make a new thing. Should kill is false, and then should kill equals true. I guess this is the only scenario that's gonna be true. And then down here, if should kill, but have you be positive. For me, it does seem like when the unicycle did step on a rope, like it's attached. It's attached? What's attached? The
I mean, the enemy, like, attaching itself to the player, that did kind of happen. Being like, I'm gonna kill you anyway, even though you're supposed to be out of my range. So this gets set to true. In all of these scenarios, should kill should be false, because if another enemy is there with the player, then it's like, that enemy's got it covered. That enemy's already taken care of. The fact that it should be killing the player. So I just need to do this, and then this just needs to happen later on. After this for loop, I believe, in theory. Right. Technically, these two things should never happen at the same time, but I don't think any of the conditions will make them happen at the same time. And if they do, then it's like player and enemy both moved onto a hazard at the same time, or something like that. So let's test if this exact scenario will kill us again. Okay, it got worse. Wait a minute. Oh, I just don't have should move equals false in here, right? Yeah. There was that additional step. And I'm just gonna put this one in here for good measure, even though it shouldn't need to be in here in theory, with the boulders and all that. Maybe. Okay, let's see what happens now. Please. Phew. I'm gonna wait for the other one to get here too. Yeah, everything's good. So, okay, one scenario I did just think of, if there's a boulder here and it rolls down into this enemy, I actually don't know if that... No, should die shouldn't always be... If you think you're moving into a boulder... No, you're not gonna... hold on. When does should die be true? Hole or fire. You're definitely not moving into a hole and fire if you're moving into wall, other enemy, or goal. So actually this would handle if there's an enemy that's on the fire right now, then us enemy can't move onto that fire, so we get one more turn of being alive before we'll just probably move into that fire anyway. So yeah, no, that being there is correct. Cool. Okay, so that's working. I don't know if I want to do kind of more testing of if stuff is broken. I saw, yeah, an enemy got killed there. That's good. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. The springs are cool. I do like the interesting gameplay we get out of the springs. I think is neat. Yep. Like, the enemies, yeah, even with the springs, they seem to be moving fine. I also like the walls being this kind of safe space that I didn't expect this to, yeah, that to be mechanic as it was. Okay. Cool. That's working. Next, back to arrows. That little intermission. Now, arrows. Arrows should be easy. Arrow will have some kind of public facing direction. Public should be automatic. So, okay, to actually decide the arrow's direction, I'm probably gonna, like, in Unity be like, you know, rotate it this way. That'll just, yeah, be a matter of, like, rotating the child. But if I mean, it'd be nice to be like, oh, I want the arrow to actually face left. I just change enum and then it handles the rest. But also, get rid of that collider. You don't need it. Oh, also, before I even forget, I was going to say I'm going to give it the arrow tag. Arrow and faded arrow should be two different tags, probably. Yeah, because the whole point is that different things interact with them. So faded arrow, and while I'm here, I'm just gonna make arrow. Yeah. The arrow and then this turning arrow might be able to get away with the same tag because they behave the same as far as things interacting with it. It's just one turn. Gotta go. If you want a challenge, check the Discord channel. Oh, you posted something there. I have Discord notifications turned off while I'm streaming so that I don't get, like, yeah, notification noises and such. But yeah, okay, I'll check that out. Yeah, probably after the stream, and yeah, neato. Keep the structure going. Yeah, and also today, right now, especially, and probably for the rest of this week, during stream, I should be trying to get distracted a little bit less than I have been, just because. Oh, one owl. Hello. Welcome back. I was just saying that, yeah, because in last stream I rambled a ton and it wasn't getting a whole lot done. I want to actually finish this game on time in theory, so I need to be doing more of actually working on the game. After this week, then I mean, this is a self-imposed challenge, like I don't have to stick to my own deadline, but I want to try. I want to see if I can actually do it, just because. And then also, I mean, if I do extend the timer, then it's just longer until this is done, longer until I'm moving on to other things. But so what changes have we made? We have made some cool stuff. Let me just go. Hold on. Let me just make a thing. Arrow direction equals direction dot. We're gonna go right because that's just the one. The default is just. Let me. Why are you not? Oh, missing a type. Yep. Of course. I swear, when I'm coding on stream, I miss a lot more of the simple things. I'll show what we've been doing in just a second. I'm just gonna add, you're gonna have arrow, you did that. So you're not gonna do anything, wait. Yeah, so also before I forget, add grid manager dot add to grid. You need that step. No, 0, why are you doing that? Add to grid game object. Yes, okay. And okay. So changes, so things that we made. I forget how much into the last stream that you saw specifically, but basically, the words. The main thing we've done in this stream has been rolling boulders. We have basically a boulder is functionally the same as an enemy that just moves in one direction, but we discovered that introduced a lot of new problems, and then also just having boulders need to interact with enemies. And how that was working. So we did a bit of rewriting of the code that manages how stuff interacts, and or player interacting with enemies, enemies interacting with player and boulders, and like boulders interacting with enemy and player, and like all that. We did a bit of cleanup, and it's a bit. I mean, still very big and potentially confusing, but it's slightly better now. And we had a few scenarios of like in this edge case of very specific stuff happening, some weird things happening, but yeah, so far. So we sorted those out, and hopefully we won't find any more. And if we do, then we'll figure that out as we get there. So now the next thing that we're doing is coding this block. And then we're gonna do this one, and then this one, and then this one, and then this one, and then we'll be done. Technically, an enemy was supposed to be here because I said this list of all the things you can interact with in the game, essentially. It's stuff over here that we'll also get to eventually. Maybe if we have time for it. Okay, arrow is easy. The faded arrow is just when the boulder specifically interacts with it, it moves. It moves in that direction. So the arrow actually might not need to do anything. Bool faded equals. I'm gonna say false, but then in the thing I'm gonna turn it to true on specifically this. I think I can have the faded arrows and the normal arrows share code. Oh wait, this is the normal arrows. You know what, while I'm at it, I'm just gonna add the code to that and then give you the tag of arrow. Wait a minute. You don't even need a Boolean because just go off the tag. It can just go off the tag. It's gonna be literally the same exact code, and all that's different is the oh, I gave faded arrow, not the faded one. Yeah. Interesting how that can work. Reusing stuff. Woo. So now we're gonna program this just as the faded version first, get that working, and then we'll move to the other ones. So boulder. Actually, no. First, player. Or the fact that the player will do nothing to faded arrow. So none of these matter for any of these. It's just treat faded arrow like nothing. But you should basically do exactly whatever this is. But if anything else is on top of that, like an enemy or a boulder, I don't want that to overwrite anything. So I'm gonna put that up here. It's less likely to cause issues, I think. Arrow. If you're arrow, then I need to go if, no, faded arrow, I said faded arrow. If you're faded arrow, faded mouse, faded, then you're just gonna do this. Yeah, and that, including the elevated being false. That's it. Yeah. And then if this has anything else that it's gonna do, then it will do that. If we are elevated, this stuff will make it false. Yeah, okay, that's player, that's easy. Enemy should be, actually let me just copy this because it's gonna be the same. I would put it basically in the same place, around here-ish. Should move is true. You don't have elevated, that's not a thing you do. That's it. So, Fade Arrow will do nothing, that's the easy part. Boulder, where's the boulder? Boulder gets to do something slightly more, which is, all this is gonna do, if it's a Faded Arrow, then all of it you will do is... I didn't do the should move thing here, but I shouldn't have to. I'm just overriding that your face direction is now forcefully becoming whatever... Okay, actually, let's get the thing. This dot get component 0 dot get component arrow dot the direction that we said. Yeah, that should be it. The boulder should just take in that direction. That's your next facing direction. On the player, we'll have to do slightly more with the real arrows, because then we have to also override the fact that for the entire next turn, the next turn is an arrow turn, so the basic movement will be disabled until then. Okay, so let's see if that worked. If I just I'll put this here, and I should see this move here. And you know, for funsies, we'll make another one. This will be down. I gotta rotate you. Now, first thing we've had to actually rotate, but it's entirely for aesthetics. I don't know if it's gonna cause me problems rotating this upper thing. In theory, it should be fine. You know what? We'll go overboard and get the full... You move this way, and then look at you again and go here. I guess there's... No, you're... So, wait, you're right, you're down, you're left, you're up. I could... Rather than having this arrow direction, I had to like turn the arrow and then define that. I could do something where it's like I rotate it, and depending on how I rotate it, it translates its rotation into what the arrow direction would be. But I'm not gonna worry about that right now. There's some things that I like. If I was making a full massive game, oh, you didn't actually move on. Oh, wait, you were supposed to move on to it. You're supposed to move on to the thing, and then your next turn will be whatever. Did I speak prematurely? Where is... arrow. Faded arrow. This happened too early? Why? Well, you should have still moved, though. Oh, because you did... Yeah. You're supposed to move, but also, now that you moved, your next move has that change. Okay, now it should work. With the rotating, like I could do the Equatorian stuff, but like, yeah, stuff. Oh, I have to actually live to be able to see this. But okay, wait, you're not exactly working. I need to let me just quickly though, like, move you away so that I'm not dying while I'm trying to see if this is working. And then just to also just keep this simpler, I'm going to move this other boulder away, sort of testing in like the closed environment of one boulder. I'm even going to move this spring away so that's not messing with anything. Faded arrow. A wall could be good to test things. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now, is testing things, seeing the things be working. So that it... Okay, so it didn't... So it worked for one, but not the other, so the question is, why? Did you not get the, Changing the rotation is just an aesthetic thing. It shouldn't have messed how it actually tried to move. Hi, wow, there's a level now. Hello, Matt3Con. Yeah, we have a bit of a... Our test level of just building game mechanics is just getting larger and larger as I copy things around. Yeah, but we have stuff. It is being cool, but I wouldn't consider this a proper level just yet. So why... I guess I can look on you. You currently say right. So you should already be saying down. If I overwrite you and just say down, then your next turn will be down. That's what should have happened the first time. So, why... Oh, whoa, what the heck are you doing? Why are you... Okay, now you're being extra funky. What? The fact that I'm like in play mode and like advancing frames, I don't know if that's contributing to part of that. All that, nope. I can't test things if enemies are killing me. Go be over here. I just want to see what happens when it comes back. Is this one still gonna do? Is this one gonna do anything? It does what? So my first guess is that somehow, even though I was assuming that the rotation wouldn't affect anything because it shouldn't. If I just do this for a second, is it gonna randomly do the right direction? It shouldn't, because it should be completely unrelated. Yeah, that's what I thought, which is good because it would have been weird if it wasn't. You say down, so why did you not get this? Should have also been down. What happens if you don't line the enemy up on the square? You're saying if I, did I do that up here? No. If I do this, a perfect halfway, I might just, if I do this, I believe when I go into play mode, it should correct itself. Because it, there's a lot of rounding that goes on in the code. Well, it did after the first movement, so it shouldn't be like that, but technically it seems to not completely break. Okay, so why? Yeah, I can you breakpoints. That'd be the easiest way to actually test this. All right, yeah, counted for such scenarios, even though the player's gonna never see that stuff. Yeah, so that was the first move. You just didn't. What? What? Is the arrow being invisible because? Oh wait, I have an idea. Is it not? When I duplicated these, no, the parent game object got moved, and then I was gonna say that maybe it's somehow not being added to the right place on the grid. Let me see what the grid manager is doing. This is harder to debug, and I can't really see the dictionary. Let me just like, where is the first time I use look in grid? The grid map should be like set up on start. So let me just do this, and then it'll like, I can just maybe see what the value of the dictionary is. 152 things, really? How is there that many? Value being. Well, I mean, and there's a lot of level around, so like it probably makes sense, I guess. That seems quite high. Oh gosh, I still gotta actually find. I don't want to go through this and then, oh no, I can't just like. Yeah, because these are at all these different points and in just the order that they randomly got added. I can't exactly just easily go through here until I find. I mean, so okay, well, technically. You go over here. The arrow is would have gotten added at space 3, -6. Unless, wait. The rounding, I actually don't remember if it actually rounds or if it truncates or whatever. So, okay, here's a potential idea. It could be that somehow, I don't know how this didn't get added properly, but if I put this actually being on the right, so-called right space, same with these, maybe it'll actually, then it'll figure itself out. And if that is the case, then I'll want to adjust that code to round rather than truncate, because it could be, yeah, thinking that it's on like the block right beside it. Hey, that is what it was. Booyah! All right, didn't have to look through hundreds of things in a dictionary. Interesting. So yeah, that's not how that should be set up. So that's the grid manager that should deal with that. Add to grid thing. Get your this. Where this. That's this. Get grid position of thing to add. That's just this conversion. This should not just be int. This is like it's like math f dot round to int. Yeah. I guess I just assumed that converting it to an int would do that, but no. This will just help avoid potential problems in the future, I guess. Very well then. So yeah, the one owl. Yeah, you were you could see the future that the moving stuff not exactly on the grid did indeed have some problems. Just not with the enemy, but with the enemy, because it moves, it like smooths itself out after a frame. If the boulder was slightly off, that would be fine. If the player's slightly off, that would have been fine. Just the anything that not moves is the arrow specifically, and that scenario should have come up before now. It just happened not to. So for now, I can test this. If I move that up, it should have round up, and now it should still be fine. Yay, it's working. Booyah! Well, yeah. Okay, so that's working. Huzzah. And I'm not gonna... Yeah, I'm fine with like manually rotating it and then set the direction. That should be okay. So it wasn't on a square. This was slightly up so that when it took in the value, it's a little bit behind my head, but it's like negative 5.918. When it converted that to an int, it's just like, don't round up, even though it's like 5.9, it's like, that should be negative 6. It's like, nah, just get rid of those decimals, who cares about them? And then it was basically moving over here. Oh, which also means that that's inside here. Ooh, I didn't think of the scenario of a spring being on, like a spring being with an arrow, and do we want that? That would mean that you touch the spring and you're forced to launch off the spring in a given direction. In theory, that the code could in theory handle that, but I worry of the weird broken scenarios that might have. But I'll move this up. For now. I'll just move this up so that why did you get rotated weird? 90. This can move on here and you'll still see it. So like maybe we'll see if we'll assess later of that being able to do that. That's just a potential, like another little mini level mechanic that could happen. What happens if you put the spring on the arrow? So right now, I believe, well, it's gonna be whatever comes first in the, no. Whatever gets added to the grid first, which frankly is a 50-50. Okay, so right now, the behavior is it'll either be treated as just a spring or be treated as just an arrow. It'll do just one or the other, and it's basically a 50-50 chance. So, but it shouldn't be like that. Yeah, the things that don't move, they're not properly set up to, like, if there's two of them on the same square. Because there should never be a spring and a hazard, the fire hazard on the same square, because that just doesn't... The spring is pointless in there, because the fire would just kill you and you wouldn't move anyway. Anyways, okay, so arrow. So that's faded arrow. I consider that done. We'll look at maybe doing arrow and spring later, but right now, we already got enough on our list to get done. I have 2 hours in theory to get done a lot of this. Level transition is not happening right now. We'll deal with that later. I want to just get done all the different types of blocks. Large enemy, we'll see. This might be, we'll see. Normal arrow block, and then spinning arrow block should also be easy. So normal arrow block is this guy. Okay, you put you over here. So let's just say that this, and you're facing right. If I touch this as the player, I'll move to the right. Actually, to make it just easier to test, I'm gonna put this up here and have you be left. Okay, so that I don't have to press anything. I'll just start and then I'll go up and then left. Okay, so the player. We'll start with that. If the player touches a non-faded arrow, just normal arrow, then this you'll move on to it, and then I need to do, I can't just say, so the one thing I want to do is like facing direction equals is going to be whatever the arrow's direction is, but then the update, like the fact that, you know, controls are a thing, that would override that. So I need a separate, do we have next turn is spring move? I just need like a next turn is arrow move. That's gonna be false. And then if can move and next turn is not an arrow move, then you can take in your input. Yeah. And then where was that code? I was just looking at this. The next turn of the arrow move equals true. But then now that I've done that, I need to go now facing direction. Wait, this I have the code over here. I'm just gonna copy it. Arrow. This. It's just this. Move in that. Move. Have it face where the arrow is facing. Then what? Then I need to account for actually turning this false after we've done a move where that was true. And I guess we'll do that at the... No, it's true, and then we go forward. If, I guess after we've used facing direction, then it can be here. If The next turn was arrow move or whatever, then make it false. I think. Yeah. Okay. So we'll see. I have to still program the enemy half of doing the same thing, but almost. Okay, almost. The eyes. I didn't count for the eyes. The eyes should deal with that. Okay, but it kind of worked. Okay, the movement itself, it worked. The eyes is I gotta do that manually. Fine. I need just any of the a switch statement that goes through all the options, and then down here. This, but facing direction. If it's up, down, left, right. Blah, blah, blah. Then I need to just trigger these. Yep, 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 yep. Okay, look up, look down, look left, look right. And then I get rid of these spaces, yeah. In theory, this might work. Hey, team. Slurp, spherical linear interpolation. It is a real Unity function that exists. Hey. Yeah, that's fine. That works. Does what it's supposed to. But now I also want... So now I want enemies to also be forced to move off of the arrows, and then I want the boulder should react to both, even though the faded arrow is meant for just this. So the arrow, and yeah, that can be combined, but we'll get to that. So then, player move had all that. So enemy move should have the exact same changes to work with arrows. So. Ooh, why did I put you? Ew, why did I put you there? You should be at the top. Public variables first. So we're gonna have private bool next turn is now solve a cube. Oh, can do. Real quick. We're in a hurry, so I gotta be quick with this. But we're almost done with this, and that should be. It seems like it will be working. Okay. What? Actually, we're gonna. No. With desk lowered, I'll stand for this because you can actually see it. Oh, haha. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Go. Oh, it's gonna be slow at the cross until I properly actually look at it and like assess beforehand. Where is any of what I'm looking for? No. Blah, and then yeah. So while I'm doing this, I'll ramble. I guess what we're doing next. We're doing the arrow. We're gonna get that put in and get that working, and then the turning arrow will be our first bit of actually having to care about the rotation of the anything on this grid. Oops, not that one. So that'll be interesting, and fingers crossed that won't have a bunch of weird, unexpected issues. But you know, we're gonna see this, and then almost done. Also, 3, 2, 1, and shablam! Aha! Woo! Did that. All right. That wasn't too long, I don't think. Sorry, I wasn't looking at you again. Lol. No, unfortunately not. You could rewind the stream. Actually, you can't on Twitch, but like on. I mean, I think after the stream's over, then you can see the VOD as it's there for the like 60 days or whatever, and then I have a VOD channel this will be going on. So they'll be there as well, immortalized in immortality. Okay, whatever. Back to this. Next turn is arrow move, right? It goes false, and then nah. I was I'm busy. I gotta get this stuff done. I don't have all the time to not be doing this. I do need to where is the arrow code here? Blah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it's a joke. Yeah. Okay. This and over here. Where's the faded arrow? It's here. It should be just immediately after it. you should move. Next thing is an arrow move. Figure out what your next arrow direction should be. That's that part. But then there's the overriding any bit of trying to calculate. This is all the enemy AI. It should basically, I mean, I can basically just go if next turn is arrow move, then just return. That's actually easier than, actually, this is the thing in general with actually if statements. Sometimes I will have like, well, yeah, so the example of this. If can move and is arrow move, then all this is like indented and whatever. And if you have lots of tests, then you can just keep getting indented further and further. If you want to try to combat some of that indentedness, you can basically just invert. I mean, I could put a invert and like, if this is not true, then you return so that nothing will happen. And then you can uninvert this by 1. So that's a thing. Oh, then get rid of the bracket at the end there. So that can help have things be less indented into infinity. I guess I'll flip this. So if can move, if we can move, and the next turn is an arrow move, that gets flipped into if we can't move, or the next turn is an arrow move, then we return. Yeah. So yeah, just flip both of these and then flip the or to an and to or. Yeah. That's there's a name for that because you use that in Boolean algebra. It's like De Morgan's law or something, maybe. I don't really use cases. Often been ages since I used them. Yeah, I mean, yeah. We have really complicated grid mechanics, and you have to test all these scenarios and just keep. Okay, so wait, where was I? What did I just do? That's the boulder. I don't need the boulder. Made it so that you won't move if that is a thing. And then if arrow, this is true. I think there was a third thing I had to replace perhaps. Let me just double check. Where be the arrow code? This. Was there something down here that I had to replace with it? Maybe, maybe not. The part that actually makes it false. I didn't put that. That's what I'm missing. Where is that? Here. This. Not every move can be an arrow move. Relatively here. Okay. All right. Let's see if that works. Oh, wait, so that was for enemies to use arrows. I guess I need an enemy to actually get over to an arrow. Oh no, I died. Okay, let me just quickly lead you into it. No, let's try to go around the arrow. So if I just do this, you'll... Aha! Can't get to me now! Yeah, that works. And even up here, this means I should never die to the enemy, as I'm reading here. Because the enemy cannot move into me, as much as you might want to. Yeah, interesting. You shouldn't be moving up into the wall, but technically speaking, but... That happened. I guess it's fine, whatever. It eventually moves around, so yeah, whatever. The ghost level from Mario song. Oh, is that what's playing right now? The Haunty Hills Galaxy. That's from Mario Galaxy 2. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Recognize that. Yeah. Yeah, just my random playlist of 1,126 random bits of video game music. I on my list of like there's a few I want to potentially cut out, but whatever. Like, I'll get to it eventually. So yeah, arrows seem to be working. Haha. I should test. Oh, that was an interesting scenario. Hold on, let me test that again. The scenario of actually if an enemy and an arrow are on the same thing. Oh no. Is that a problem? Wait. Hold on. It's not... It didn't, like, break things, but I'm just realizing that we skip some programming on the enemy because we assume that an enemy and a player that are beside each other are always going to be moving on to each other. Oh, that would not have enemies have nav match? Oh. But see, we don't want the enemies to always pathfind to the player. We have a lot of cases where... Well, I mean, okay. I mean, you can use nav mesh to pathfind to something that's not the player, but yeah. Oh wait, whatever. Hello, Skilly. Hello, hi, welcome. Yeah, we made more mechanics. We have rolling boulders. We have faded arrows. Why is that? Wait, when did those get rotated to be the wrong way? Did I do that? must have. I don't remember when I did that, but I must have when I... And then you're also faced the wrong way. Yeah, okay, weird. Negative 90. How long was that like that? I don't even know. But, yeah, okay, anyways. We got arrows. We got faded arrows. Maybe you could give one enemy a good AI as a smart enemy or something. We considered that. I don't think I have time for it to, like, physically do that in the time. And even these so-called dumb enemies are already pretty hard to get away from, actually. So, like, that's its own issue. That, the enemies are already kind of tough, depending on, like, the environment around them. You need a lot of stuff in the environment to be able to get away from them. Okay, let me test multiple arrows. I think this is gonna work. Let's double check. Yay, it did. Woo. And I can't, like, escape this early. Yeah, nope. Yeah, it's still a little bit like flickering that happens sometime, but oh well, it's fine. Okay. But yeah, we already with the things that we want to do, which I'd say arrow blocks done, we're already kind of running out of time a little bit. Spinning arrow blocks, let's move on to that. Yeah. What's the keybind to snap the rotate in Unity? Ah, good question. That is just when you're, just control is the 2-second answer. But just, yeah, holding control and then it goes to like grid increments, which works well for 98 degrees. You have to, for that to work, you can't rotate it like anywhere. Like I'm holding control and it's doing nothing. You have to do it based on like the actual, one of the axes for it to do that. Woo. Yeah. And I believe you can adjust how much that actually is. Over in, yeah, here. These settings, yeah. This rotate, I believe, is actually I should do that because I have no reason not to right now. It's gonna, yeah, that actually makes that slightly easier for me to rotate things exactly 90 degrees. Woohoo! Okay, cool. That's done. Next, arrow. And I guess, I don't know, graphically, I haven't fully decided what a turning arrow is going to look like from a normal arrow. I just made this one. I like the idea of, like, I don't know, if we kind of this, like, slightly bent arrow kind of thing. Although maybe the bent arrow should be the one for the spinning one, whatever. But this one, it's like, it's slightly broken, I guess. I don't know. This is what I can make in 2 seconds with cubes. I'll worry more about that later. All right, good to know. Yeah. And in these snapping settings, you can even set like stuff with the move and rotate amount of snapping. Which, I mean, I mainly need this. I actually want this. I pretty much do want this on one for this grid. But there's sometimes for some of the decorative things, right? I need to move things halfway. But yeah, I guess for now, when I'm not doing that, have that be on one. Okay, turning arrows. I'm gonna. Where is these? Move you away over here. See, by not just deleting things when I'm done with them, that's why this test level is growing to be massive. But whatever, it looks more visually interesting how all this assortment of nonsense rather than having rather than deleting everything as I'm done with it. Okay, spinning arrow. Let's do that. The idea, actually, I'm gonna put it over here away from the player to start. I should do updates on my site somewhere. Still thinking where though. Oh yeah. You said you were making a website and all that. Cool. I mean, I don't have any immediate ideas. I haven't done much website stuff. And in regards to like graphical things, I tend to be bad at that. Okay, so arrows. This is gonna. I'm gonna see if it can get away with also having the arrow tag. How do I want to do this? So the idea is it's going to be just like a normal arrow, but every turn it's going to change which direction it's facing. Or maybe every 2 turns. I might try every 2. Yeah, we'll try every turn to start because that'll just be easier to program. So what I might be able to do is have this just have the arrow code and it has the arrow direction, and then have another script on top of that, actually using different scripts for two scripts for one thing. Wow. Call this arrow spin, and all this will do. Where are we at? Oh, Lade, hello. Sometimes it takes me a second to realize that someone in chat is a new, different person than whoever was just talking. Because on my end over here, the color that you guys show up on the side is for some reason different than the color you show up in infinite OBS land. So 2 people are the same color. I for a split second think it's the same person talking, and then I have to realize, no wait, it's not. Hello, welcome. yeah, where are we at? We are at making cool things, and so far it's going well. Let me just add this script before I forget to entirely. Arrow spin. We have made more of our game mechanics. We have boulders, we have faded arrows, we have non-faded arrows, and they function slightly differently. And now we're making an arrow that spins, which right now without any changes, this will work as just a normal non-spinning version, which is boring. But yeah, we also did some cleaning up of how things like the player and enemies interact with each other, and that's just a little bit better now. So yeah, and you can see like a boulder just killed an enemy. That's the thing that can happen. That's cool. The boulder itself is meant to have more of an actual like ball rolling animation. Right now, everything's just using the same animations as the player because it's fine for working in 2 seconds. But yeah, slowly getting there with making cool things. So we have, actually, if I can just get over to my triple arrow thing over here. Will I get there alive? Ha, that thing doesn't exist yet. So haha, yeah, we have arrows being a thing. And enemies also go on the arrows. The only difference, this is more of a decorative thing, and just to show the boulder going in like a loop. It's just kind of to show that like patrol path. The real arrows are ones that affect everything. The boulder, yeah, the boulders would also be affected by the normal arrows as well. But we just want, I wanted one thing for basically have a patrol path, and yeah. Okay, so now we're doing spinning arrows, which should be very, very similar. All this should do is if this just has a reference to the arrow thing, arrow, and then get component, whoop, 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 equals get component. So all this needs to do is functionally, as far as the grid manager is concerned. Oh, this doesn't need to have an add itself to grid because the normal arrow script is already taking care of that. Yeah, I think boulder should have a 2-space moving pattern. So in 1, we have to be careful of that because that just makes things a lot more complicated. Maybe if you have time, you could do randomly generated levels in 9 days. That might be tricky. So there's a part of the problem is we're on day 4 out of 9. Technically, we're not even halfway through the challenge yet. But technically, technically we're about to be, because technically it's an 8-day challenge. Because I wanted to be, the roadmap was to be finished the game itself by day 8, and day 9 being a bonus day to deal with the uploading the game to itch.io and like whatever graphical stuff comes with that, and hopefully actually having a name by that point. So in theory, day 9 was going to just be that. We'll see at this point. It might have to turn into another day of actually working on it, which wouldn't be ideal because I want to actually finish it on time. There's also the fact that I have other things like having a full-time job that I got to worry about. So like I was hoping that between this and the last few streams that I'd be doing some work on the game in between, but it's been hard to actually find the time to do any of that. Oh, that's confusing. Or you'll come with a name. That was a 9-day game jam. No, because this is actually a this isn't for an actual challenge or like an actual competition or whatever. This is just my own personal thing that I wanted to try and do. Partially because I just started streaming again, and I thought this would be an interesting way to get back into streaming. I could, just have a more, rather than just jumping immediately into whatever I was working on before. Yeah, just having this be as a thing to do, getting back into streaming could be interesting. And so far this is going well. But no, this is just a personal challenge to myself where I've made up all the rules and like, not a game jam, but a challenge. Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's a challenge on myself, made by myself. This isn't being submitted for anything other than in theory I'm gonna put this on like itch.io or whatever at the end when this is done. But it's also like a practice thing for myself of I have a history of planning projects that are way too big, like over scoping with the stuff I plan and then not be able to like finish a lot of the things that I try to make. So this was meant to be like a test of not doing that, of actually planning something small that then I can actually finish in a reasonable time frame. And it's already kind of like it feels a little bit like I've kind of overscoped a little bit even with this, and like I don't know if I'll be able to finish what I want to finish with this in the 9 or 8 days or whatever. Because I also have other commitments. I have like a job and all that stuff. And I'm like visiting family on like a Saturday, so like that's gonna like take away some of the time. So yeah, if it was just 9 days straight, whereas wake up, work on this, go to bed, and I was doing that for 9 days straight, then yeah, I'd feel more confident that I could, even at its current state, that I could finish it on time. But because I got like other things, yeah, we'll see if we can actually finish this on time. That's why I'm also hesitant to make any like changes or additions or anything that could make stuff more complicated. Based on like stuff that we already have. Like in the initial plan, if anyone was here on the day 1 planning, and that's why I also say it's like 7, because day 1 we didn't actually start making the game. Day 1 was just text documents and like in Paint and or Photoshop. No, we opened Unity so that I could like conceptualize things because it was easier to like show the grid idea just in Unity. But day 1 was just planning, and then starting day 2 was when we actually started making these things. So we're on day 4. Technically, this is the 3rd day of actual production of the game, if that makes sense. That's confusing, then that's just, yeah, that's just how we're going about it. It was at day 1, we started planning, starting day 2, actually making the thing. On day 8, ideally we have a finished EXE of the game. Day 9 is like the bonus day of publishing the game or whatever. Which, yeah, ideally I don't have to extend, but we'll see. And I was like so overconfident on day 1. We were initially planning something even bigger than this. Like, yeah, that'll be fine. That won't take that long to do. Or like have like ice blocks that you like slide through, and like generators, and like you have to like pick up a battery and then bring it over, and then it'll like power a door, and having like keys, and like we had a big list of potential like things that you would interact with, and then I had to look back at it and it's like, this is too much. There's no way I can actually do this. And even I cut down the list a lot, and then I thought like the list of this many things: wall, spring, hazard, or like fire, rolling boulder, faded arrow, normal arrow, rotating arrow. This is effectively a hazard that turns on and off, but we'll get to that. Enemy, large enemy, player. I thought that was gonna be like, yeah, we'll finish that. We'll finish that like yesterday. That won't take that long. But then I severely underestimated that, and even getting all this in place, it's taken a while. Mainly the enemy. The enemy has been the most complicated thing, and then how the enemies have to interact with everything else. And then if there's like an enemy on a spring, and then the player goes to move on that spring, like there's just all these interactions that we got to make sure is all working. Now, so someone said, well, you did. No, wait, no. Who said something with the possibility of something moving 2 blocks? We are gonna have something that is gonna do that. There's one thing that's not in this list that I'm hoping I can do. We'll see. So we have an enemy that moves only 1 block at a time. That's the thing. We're gonna have this large enemy. It moves 1 block at a time, and that, but it's big. But it will still be stopped by like 1 space wall. So if the player goes up this, the enemy won't be able to follow. So that's gonna be its own like thing. But it'll be more intimidating because it's big. We are hoping to have the final level have a bit of a final boss duplicate. Yeah. We're kind of hoping to have it's divided by 2 and then times by 5. I want to try having a 5x5 enemy. A 5x5 enemy that does move 2 blocks at a time. And you're basically, the level's gonna basically, I don't know how much of the other things it will have in it. That will wait until we've actually probably designed that level, because I can cheat. That's a bit big. Okay, yeah, 5 might be big. You know, we're gonna see. We'll see in practice. I do think that an odd number will work easier than an even number. Well, maybe it'll just be 4. No, we'll see. We'll see. Actually, no. I think an odd number would be best, because then it can be like, you know, centered. If it has big eyes looking at the player, it's not gonna be like off by 1 if it was 4. But we'll figure that out. It is massive. 3x3. I mean, yeah. So. We'll see, because yeah, there's like, make it slightly bigger, but I don't know, the idea of going like, it's massive, taking up most of the screen. And I think for that level, we will zoom out the camera extra, so it won't seem as massive, and you'll have more, be able to see around the environment. But we'll see, we'll figure that out. So the idea was have a bombastic way of ending the game. But in terms of how this is gonna have to interact with all the blocks, any hazard that isn't in that final level, let's just say, if there happens to be no fire hazards, that I don't gotta code that interaction. If there happens to be no arrows, that I don't gotta code those things interacting with each other. I can cheat. I mean, that depends on if I design a level with having or not having those things. But there definitely will be springs, but I don't think the giant enemy will interact with the springs. But yeah, anyways, so that's an additional thing that we'll be making, but we'll get to that. We're hoping to make that. That does require me to finish everything else, and yeah, get to the point where we can actually make that. Anyways, less rambling for me. Let's get to actually back to making stuff. So this spinning arrow, it needs to do 2 things. The graphical part of it turning 90 degrees and the internal part of updating the grid, like how the grid stuff interacts with it to update its arrow direction. Do I want? I think I do want a thing for people to turn clockwise or counterclockwise, because that should be fine, I think. Bool clockwise equals true, I guess. And then if that's false, then it'll be counterclockwise. So let's get the clockwise case where it's so every turn it's gonna rotate is what we're gonna say right now. So it needs a function to actually know to do that. So it's gonna be public because the turn manager is gonna be like, hey, arrow, it's time to do that thing. Public void turn or whatever. So actually the first thing before I go any further, I do have to figure out kind of order of operations here in regards to what's considered a turn or whatever. If the player is here and the arrow is currently facing right, next turn the player will move. If the player moves onto it, it would be moving onto it the frame that the arrow would be turning down. So would the player move down or to the right? Or that the turn that the player is moving off of it, it's going to be turning again to the left. So you definitely should be moving left, because the arrow's this way. The player, so basically the player moves onto it. Should the player be moving right, down, or left based on how the arrow was turned when it moved onto it? Does it go like sort of before, the current, or the definitely not the after? So it definitely is not going to be left. It's not going to be left. So is it going to be to the right or down? I'm thinking it'll be down, because if it's facing right, the turn you move onto it, it turns down. You move onto it, and then you'll move down. I think, and then it'll turn again. Okay, I think that's what we're gonna do, or we're gonna try. We'll try it when I see it in action. It might be easier to tell if that's good or not. So that means it needs to turn before the player moves onto it internally, so that the player moves onto it and says, "Here's what the current thing is. Use that." Which means, turn order. I'll need to add another. So I have this list of specifically the turn arrows. Arrow, spin. Well, okay, I called it spin, not turn, but whatever. Spin arrows, fine. Be that way. I need to have the same. You don't do anything in update. You're fine. Okay, I need to have the same logic here. I'm just adding arrow. Remove arrow. I know you can have stuff with like, you can have functions where the type is like generic and then it figures out based on the type it does stuff, and I could potentially combine this to do that, but I don't have time to do that right now. That's not something I've done stuff with before, and the time spent to learn and debug that is not time we have right now. Oh, no, not you. Arrow spin. Add arrow, remove arrow, takes in an arrow, new spin arrow. I want to specify that it's the spinning variety and not the variety that doesn't spin. And then you are in there and there, and then you are in there and there, and then I just gotta update the array is spin arrows, which is you and you and you and you. Okay. Did that. Now what? Now you have this. I said it's gonna happen before the player. I think will functionally do what I want it to do. It's not gonna physically turn before the player. Just the internal logic that needs to happen. I believe the internals needs to be arrow first. That's not what I want. I want spin arrow just without that, and then you're gonna be that, but with the capital, and then you're gonna be that, and then I called the function turn. Turn is fine. It's like, do I call it turn or spin? It does not matter. You have a problem because I totally renamed something wrong, probably. Spin arrow, singular. Wait, no, you're just meant to be the arrow. You're meant to be the type, yeah. And you're just the individual one. Yeah, okay, that's all. So now, this will call this every turn. And then this just needs to say, I need to graphically, physically turn it 90 degrees.
And I mean, I'd love to just snap turn, but it probably should have an animation where it like physically rotates. Which, I mean, okay, so I could do something similar. Oh no. The actual. Ideally, I don't want to make 4 animations of it turn the different ways, and then 4 more for turning like counterclockwise. That's definitely not necessary. I'm just gonna have it snap turn right now. We'll get that working. Once we're there, then we can figure out. I'll probably just have it do slurp. Or actually use that slurp function, have it just slurp to where it needs to be, and then hopefully that'll look good enough. Anyways, just snap turn for right now. So spin arrow dot rotation. No, I want to do the internals of it first. The internals of just changing the arrow dot direction. So arrow dot direction. I need to go basically become the next thing over, which is, where are you? Arrow, 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 arrow. This. It's yeah, has up, right, down, left. I can't really. It's an enum. Can I just add? No, because it's like up, down, left, right, and I'd like to not mess with the actual order because it's just more organized with how some of the other. I initially defined movement stuff with the player input. Anyways, so this is just gonna be. I have to do it manually, and that's fine. So switch. Switch based on that, and then can I am I allowed to then say arrow direction because you're colon. In a switch case, are you allowed to change the thing that you're testing with? I don't know if that's allowed or if it'll yell at me. If it's up in this case, technically it would become right. Oh, and I got to test for not being clockwise. I don't see errors immediately, so I'm gonna hope that it's fine. If it is a problem, then it's a super easy fix. I just define like a different, like new direction, and then I pass that, whatever. But that's fine. Okay, right then becomes down. Down becomes left, and then left becomes up. I don't see an easy way to make this sort of negative for counterclockwise, so I think I just need to, like, if clockwise, do this, else, do this, but just different options. Left, right is, well, actually, no, I'd like up, put left in here, so it's kind of going in the order of as it would be turning. Left becomes down, down becomes right, and then right becomes up. I'm gonna hop off, see you soon. Alright, One Owl, thanks for dropping by, and yeah, continue to make good progress on this game, and yeah, see you next time, and more progress will hopefully be done. Yeah. Okay, turn. This. Alright, so let's just see if, I'm not gonna be able to easily see the visuals. I will. If I'm just selected on the arrow object, I'll see the value over here change. So it's slightly hidden behind chat, but you can see this right here should change every turn. Or not. Could just not do that. That's also a possibility. This should have gotten called, and this should have changed. Is it something with the switch statement? It just didn't like that I was changing that. I guess I should first confirm that the code even ran in the first place, because I don't know for sure that that's a thing. I'm also going to have the player not interact with it right now. Did the code run? I still have this, and you don't need to be there. Bleh. And you also... No. So I'm guessing... So no, the code didn't run. That's good, and that should hopefully be an easy fix. So that's just... I probably missed something somewhere. Oh, I know. I didn't put the add to grid manager dot add to grid. I guess I put in a remove from grid and didn't actually use it, but whatever. Is player no? Wait, no, add to grid is not the thing I want at all. I meant to say specifically. No. Hold on. That's not even the thing that I wanted to do. It was turn manager, private turn manager. I don't have the turn manager as a singleton. I might do that at some point. Oh, when I'm transitioning between levels, you might be seeing 2 levels at the same time, and so there might be 2 turn managers, like the one that's dealing with the previous level stuff and the one dealing with the new level stuff. I don't know if that's gonna
After I figure that out, then I'll figure out if I just turn the turn manager into a singleton. But I don't know if it'll be able to be, or that's going to cause problems. So turn manager, whoops, just add arrow. This. I don't have a remove arrow, but that's fine. It doesn't need one. The enemies need one, and the boulders need one because they can die. The arrow itself can't die. So that's okay. I'm seeing an error. Oh, I didn't actually get the reference, of course. Yep. I'm just gonna do find object of type turn manager. It's fine. When you have a game the size of Game Jam type deal, then not everything needs to be super optimized, especially when it's also 2D. So that part ran. I'm gonna assume that I have to actually look at the arrow. Before the player dies. Actually, hold on. Where did that enemy came from? Here. Let me see. Go away, and you also go away, so you're not killing me while I'm just checking if it's spun. Checking this one. Alright, so that right should become down, left, up, right. Down, left, up, right. Yeah, booyah. And technically I could turn this off and I'll immediately see it going up, left, down. Okay, the enemy still came and killed me, but that's fine. It was working. Yeah, the numbers were being what they should be. So now, rotation. So snap turn just means that a snap turn with the idea that I'm gonna immediately afterwards make it a like a smooth turn. So I know there's like transform.look at. I don't want to use that because I need to calculate what the rotation should be and then lerp towards it. So I'm gonna do that step, part of that step now. Okay, so I just need to. I mean, I can just add 90. I don't need to like. So take the Y, add 90. That's all. Yeah. Is that gonna be tricky? I guess so. That won't matter for these. I just need to out here. I can just if it's clockwise, it's going 90. So new. I'm gonna go with quaternions. Okay, yeah, quaternion. New rotation equals start by it being I need the. Well, okay, maybe it'll actually be the transform. With rotations, it can be messy when you're dealing with, when you try to mess with the Euler angles too much. So ideally, a lot of stuff in rotations should be dealt with as quaternions. But I need to basically get, if I get the Euler angles dot y, this is gonna be just one massive. Take the y and I add 90 degrees and then turn that back into. No, I think I need to do it as a vector and then, well, we'll see what happens. New equals this, and then I guess we'll try just for now setting it should be fine. We'll try this and then we'll see. Oh yeah, you can't just be that directly. To make this easier, have it be a 2-line thing. Angles, and then this dot y equals plus equals 90, and then for now just go transform dot rotation equals could turn out oil. Oh, yeah, the new. I want full rotation, so we'll see if that works. I don't know if that's gonna have any issues going around 360 degrees, if that's gonna do anything funky, but hopefully it won't. And then here, minus 90. Yeah, that's all. Hopefully I have those in the right directions. I should, in theory. All right, so see, arrow should be turning, and now we can test it if the player interactive is gonna actually work. Haha. Yeah. So the which way it's facing when you're kind of going on it, going in that direction, I think that makes sense. That functionally looks like what you might expect to happen. Yes. Okay. So with that being said. So now smoothly going towards that is going to happen through like coroutines. Yeah. So I enumerator spin or something, and then I'm just gonna do one of these, and then one of one of these, and then every turn, go closer to where you're trying to be. So this will be like, we'll define like the rotation that we want to become out here, and we'll see. I'm hesitant on if it as a vector 3 is gonna work. Target rotation equals that for right now. Well, technically, Quaternion as 0 might be. It needs whatever it's gonna be as its starting turn. So I actually do need to figure out what this is gonna be on start. Wow. And on start it will be different depending on this. You're gonna start out as just target rotation equals looking. Oh, that means I need to actually define this more specifically. New vector 3. Well, technically, vector 3 dot up times whatever number we want is fine. So times 90, like that. That's close enough to what we want. So actually, up will be 0. Up will be 0. This will be 180. This will be 270, otherwise known as negative 90. Wait, no. Sorry, I went too fast. 90, 180, and then I'll put negative 90.
Also, teacher, you should be aware I'll store as much Chrome as I can. I can make you play horror stuff.
Oh no, we got another one. We have Francesco is also trying to do the same. That's why it's purposely high. It's super high, so it doesn't happen often. Yeah, oh no. Okay, so 0, 90, 180, negative 90. As your starting values. Did I miss something? That's... Yeah, okay, so that's your starting thing, and then... Oh wait, I need to actually, like, apply this to the rotation. Transform.rotation equals... equals target rotation. The Quaternion as a one of these. Okay, and now this will just say target rotation. Target rotation gets this change. Yeah.
Do not underestimate the power of unpointing.
I won't make that mistake. Okay. So then blah, and then here and there. Why is this above and this is below? Oh wait, no, sorry, no, wait, what? No, yeah, this shouldn't be here. This just changed the thing, and now this will be like transform.rotation. I mean, that would be setting it exactly, but that's not what we want. Transform.Euler. We want Quaternion.slurp between whatever we currently are and what we're trying to become is what was actually what we had out here a second ago. Quaternion.Euler of the thing that we're trying to be. I'm worried. I don't know if this is gonna have weird rotational issues, but we're gonna find out. Only one way to know, like doing it. And then we need a smoothing type value, so we're just gonna have public. Actually, it's gonna be the second thing because this is the thing that we're realistically gonna be changing on a bunch of arrows. The smoothing is something we're gonna have once, play around with to find a good value in the inspector once, and then basically never change it. And if we do, we change it on all things at once. Turn smoothing equals, we'll try 10 as a random, did I say bool? I meant float. You know, it's currently in it, but you know, it doesn't have to be. Okay. This times time, time, not delta time. And then this actually needs to be called. So here's the thing, actually. So normally I would do this when it's gonna be like turn and then wait a bit, turn and then wait a bit. This is, because of the nature of this is me spending the whole game always spinning. This can actually just be in void. This can actually just be in a normal like update kind of thing, just doing this constantly. And if this is this, it's only gonna be like that for a couple frames, and then it'll, you know, update and then start turning towards the next thing it needs to be. I guess when there might be a point we want to stop this, but no. Then if we stop executing turns, this will become what it needs to be, and then like stop, and that'll be for the few seconds when we like die or go to the next level. So, yeah. Okay. Hey. Yes. Okay. I was worried it was gonna have rotational problems, but no, it's working. Yeah. Like I don't know if I want to mess with the like the turn speed, but like it's in a basic sense it's functionally doing the thing that it has to do. I'm gonna try having it turn faster and just because I think I want it to be like basically snap to what it needs to be and be there longer, but yeah, actually getting the chance to like sit at whatever. Wait, that's not right. Oh no, is it not updating as the correct? It's not being the right thing. I'm guessing. So hold on. It's currently facing. Spinning arrows had to be facing right. If I go into play mode and like have it be paused, this should. Is this getting like set to? You're starting as 90. Right is being 90 when it shouldn't be. I'm assuming I just typed something in wrong. I went 0. Yeah. Okay. I wait. No. Wait. You were on right. So you should have been 90, but 90 should have been... I'm treating 0 as being up when it's not. Right now, the way the arrow is set up, I guess, yeah, the underneath, I built this as if facing right is up. Rather than change this... I should not. I'd rather think of up as 0, so yeah, just take this and, like, just rotate it. Whoa. Yeah, up should be considered, I guess, the default direction. So now, maybe it'll be fine. Yeah! Cool. Okay, that's working. Now, question is... So the idea of having something is like once every 1 frame, and this other thing is every 2 frames. That idea is neat. It can add some more feeling like there's more variation in stuff that's happening. Having an enemy move 2 per turn, if that feels like it gets way more complicated with how it has to interact with the player and interact with all the different game objects. I think I can do an arrow turning every 2 turns easily enough that I think it's worth. Let's maybe try it. So all I have to do in the turn manager is just keep track of if a current turn is even or odd, and then run this code. Like in theory, that's how easy it should be. So you know, we're just gonna try it, and if it looks weird, then we can not do it. But let's just see. Why are these public? These shouldn't be public. I think I had these as public when I was like testing stuff. They don't need to be public. Like to test that they were actually being filled. So what I just said, I just need to actually whether a framer is even or odd can be a boolean. So turn is even equals the first turn. If we consider turn 0 is an even turn, so it's true, I guess. Then if turn is even, then do that. Then turn is even becomes the opposite of whatever it was, so just flip. I guess I'll technically do that at the end of the turn, so that, like, I don't know. At the end of the turn, now the next turn is going to be the opposite. So we will... Well, wait, turn 0... Sorry, that's not how... The first turn is turn 1. Think about this in programming speak. We'll say the first turn is proper turn 1, so technically it would be false. Not that that matters that much, but... So that means the first turn it won't spin, and starting turn 2 it'll spin. I guess that's okay. Oh, let's see if this actually works. Oh, and then I should test counterclockwise arrows, which should work in theory, but... Yeah, why not? I don't know if we should do any kind of animation on turn 2, but I'm fine with that, yeah. It's just an extra thing that, like, is behaving slightly differently. Not everything being on the turn kind of deal. Okay, cool, that's the thing. Yeah, that worked easily. Awesome. Counterclockwise. Just double check that a counterclockwise arrow is actually indeed working. I suppose I could test, like, ooh, the boulder, you know, wants to mess with that. Have this one do stuff. Counterclockwise. Counterclockwise. Okay. So let's see. Are you You're turning the opposite direction? Wow, it is. Oh, the boulder hit it at a time where it went the direction it should go anyway. Oh, and then it went there and then go back. And then okay, yeah, technically that's a consistent loop. If I go, oh, no. If I go up here, I have my, like, safe hidey hole corner here where I don't have to touch anything, don't I? I think it's funny that the boulder moves in a weird way. It killed the enemy, ha! But it is technically moving in a, oh, no, it's not. No, it wasn't perfectly. Oh, wait, it's moving back. Did I happen to craft a perfectly symmetrical pattern? Wait, did it do a double move into a wall there? It might have. No. Maybe it was fine. No, I think it's gonna loop around again, and then the left arrow will be pointing a different direction. In a second, I think maybe you're gonna move that way, and now you're gonna be pointing a different direction, right? No, you're pointing down. Wait, how you? Whatever, it's fine. Anyways, yeah. It started as a not completely symmetrical loop, and then became a cyclic. Whatever. What am I trying to say? It was a cycle of being consistent, the same, but it started as not being that way. It doesn't matter. The random way I set it up doesn't matter. But I mean, when I start doing actual level design, level design that involves boulders and the turning arrows, then if I wanted to make sure that it follows a very specific path, then I'll have to like look at how that's turning. But anyways, so that's done. Cool. Spinning arrow block complete. I don't know if this should have been top down, so I just add it to the list up here, but whatever, that's fine. So next, so that is done with the no, never mind. This is an aesthetic thing that goes along with this. These two, as much as I really want to have these two should be last because these are entirely for aesthetic purposes. This is just an invisible block that, like, when the player touches this block, if I have something happen as part of like a cutscene type deal, or we were gonna have like cracked sort of grid spaces that like they, as you get close to them, then they just like peel away. That was meant to just look at, like, be a graphical thing, like as you go through the level, it's like breaking apart around you, but you never be on one of these before it cracks. So it's meant to break before you get there, and it'd be an entirely just visual thing. Also, this is a mesh collider, it doesn't need. But so I should focus on gameplay above aesthetics, even though aesthetics would be cool. So we're not gonna do that one yet. Where did I just put the Trello board? Over here. So we should do cracked block. This one, functionally, it won't be that bad. I mean, I'm gonna jinx myself saying that, but the aesthetics of that, of how it's actually gonna physically look at the player, is gonna be a little bit, not to figure what that's gonna be. So this is a cracked block, which doesn't. Some of the other names are like descriptive enough of what they do. This one's not as much. All the idea is for this. Functionally, all it is one turn, it is not a hazard, you can walk under it, and it's fine. And then the next turn, it is a hazard. Although, we'll see. It could be like 2 turns it's not, and then 1 turn it is. But like, the idea though is it has some amount of turns of not being a hazard, and then a turn where it is a hazard. And we're representing that by rocks falling from the ceiling. So every whatever number of turns, a boulder falls from above and explodes on that spot. And if you're there on the wrong time, then that's going to kill you. So that's functionally what that's meant to be. So that you can tell where a boulder is about to fall with the way that this 2D-ness is, I basically want to be representing that with like a shadow. So the idea, well, actually I'm going to represent it with like a cracked floor. So this tile is going to look cracked. Visually, it's going to look cracked and not have this circle here, and then every whatever amount of frame turns, a circle is gonna fall, land there, and then disappear. But like most of that is just animation stuff, right? So that's the idea. Now, part of the issue is figuring out how to represent this. I'm saying it's falling from the ceiling, but this is a flat game, so how do we do that? But 2D games can have faked depth. That happens. We do that right now with the player. When the player goes off of a spring, we pretend that they we pretend that they're going into the air a little bit just by they go towards the camera. And then something falling away, we just shrink it. So you usually just messing with sizes and stuff like that is how you can kind of represent verticality. So that's what we're hoping that we can fake it in a way that looks good. So first we should figure out the graphical part. Sorry, opposite. First we should figure out the mechanics of how this is going to work, and then we can figure out more of the graphical part of it afterwards. I think temporarily what we're going to do is just this cracked shadow that's going to eventually be I guess this boulder falling from the ceiling, and we'll figure that out. We'll just have one turn, it looks like this. Next turn, it looks like this. In theory, in a polished version, this won't just be a colored block. It'll, like, be basically the color of the background, but with some, like, cracks in it or something like that. You know, in theory, we'll see if we get that far. But for now, we're just going to do, like, one turn it's there, one turn it's not. And then functionally, when that circle's there, the hazard will kill you. When the hazard is like not gonna kill you, then it's not there. So, and then this thing doesn't move, so we don't have to worry about like the tile itself doesn't move around, so that's fine. It will kill the player and it will kill enemies. What will it do to boulders? I think just it doesn't do anything to boulders. I think. I mean, we could have it like kill a boulder. I don't think so. I think just I don't see those even interacting probably. So we're just gonna have a boulder just roll through it and like whatever. That's fine. Okay. So now we need another script for this. I mean, so the only reason I'm calling it cracked block is because it's like this is a space to represent that thing is going to fall onto it. But the hazard itself is falling debris. So I'll call it falling debris. That's functionally what the block is, but visually it's a crack on the floor to show where thing is about to fall here. Watch out. Okay, another day, another block. So first thing before anything else, grid manager. Tell the grid manager that this thing exists. Game object. And then before I go any further, telling the making a tag for this, which do I call the tag cracked floor? So thinking about this internally, like, so yeah, a player will be like, I'm about to move onto a cracked floor. Is the cracked floor have the boolean on that's called like dangerous or something? If it does, then I'm gonna die. Is something like that what's gonna be. So I guess the tag is gonna be cracked floor because an enemy is gonna be like, I'm about to go on a floor that is a cracked floor and then see, is it, we're gonna call it cracked, doesn't need cracked floor, just cracked. Let's just figure out the semantics of how I'm calling the wording of what this is, I guess. Okay, so going with some of what I just said, this is going to have some kind of... I guess it'll be public. Public for now, make it public, but hidden in inspector before. Of just a bool for dangerous or something? I don't know. That's like, is this are we currently a turn where this is a boulder is falling onto this? And that's that. Okay, so this is going to also need to hook itself up to the turn manager because, yeah, okay, same thing, same deal. If we had like 100 different things, I don't know if we'd have to like have a different system for how this works and have it easier for something to be like, hey, put me in the turn manager, I am at execution order like 5, but for now this is fine. It worked good enough and we don't have too many more blocks. We are adding 2 more things to this. Falling debris, and then after that the large enemy, although I don't know if the large enemies might be able to just we'll get to that if it how similar it's going to count as being a regular enemy. In a lot of cases, I think they will be similar, but yeah. Anyway, so falling debris, and then the giant enemy we have at the end. But we're not going to code the giant enemy until we actually like go to make it. Ideally, that level itself is actually physically we have the floor plan, so then we can judge like what things in the level the giant enemy has to even care about interacting with. If there's any of these things, like if that last enemy was an absolute massive enemy, has no spinning arrows, then we don't got to code at all what happens when the giant enemy interacts with the spinning arrow. I think for the most part, it's gonna be so massive that like it'll go over most things. It's basically just gonna chase the player and be stopped by walls, and like that's it. And then fall in a hole. The idea is that towards the end of that level, there'll be a giant 5x5 hole that you gotta lead it in as like the final killing it. But, yeah. Anyways, falling debris. So actually, remove arrow we never do, so I'm fine to get rid of that. We do remove boulders, and we'll never. So we'll add this, but we're never gonna remove. We add the falling debris thing to falling debris. Oh god. Oh no. What's the plural of debris? Debris. Is there one that's not just? I think debris kind of like is the singular and the plural at the same time. Oh no. Plural of debris. Debris. Is it just? It's the same. Oh no, what do I call it? Do I just add next one? Debris. No, this messes with my whole system. Oh no. Cause I need a singular and a I need a plural to call it here, and I need a singular to call it here. How do I manage that? Oh no. I'll start typing the other bits while I figure that out. Single to. If I can spell, I was going for the word single there. I don't know what happened. Whatever. That's fine. It's whatever. Add debris, and then you are gonna take in new falling debris, and then you're just gonna pass that in there and there. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. It works. It functionally is fine. Okay. Now you have an issue. Why? Because you don't have that. Oh, let's put the right thing in. So I mean, okay. What's the thing gonna be called? It's gonna be like. I'm just gonna call it fall. Whatever. The names don't matter that much. Now you're gonna have public void that fall function, I guess. And well, I mean, it has to decide like, is now a turn where we want to fall, yes or no? I mean, well, actually, should this do that or should this? I just said that I have. I made this. I could just use that again. If turn is even. We fall, and then this will do the falling code. Otherwise, then there won't be a thing there. But I don't know if this will need to internally know if it's a frame where it's dangerous or not. I don't know. Actually, I think it will because you don't need to. Yeah. Yeah. No. It should. I think it needs to happen internally because other logic. I could pass in like a bool or whatever. No, whatever. It's fine. Okay. So this can just work off of. If the previous frame was dangerous, then now it's not. Wait. So functionally, I just need to do this, but I know this can be a one-liner of dangerous equals the opposite of what it was. Actually, yeah. No, I was about to say I had a reason for not doing that, but never mind. Flip it, and then now we do need to now do stuff with it. This is only going to be animation stuff, I think. For right now, we're just going to get a reference to that, like, child object that was, like, the circle, and just turn that on and off temporarily as a temporary visual thing. Game object, debris, equal, and I'll drag and drop that. Debris dot enable set active true, and then this dot set active false. Yes. Okay. So I don't know if this should be every other frame, or if this should be like 2 frames no, 1 frame yes, or something. But dude, having it be like that, I don't know if that would be too weird for the player to be able to strategize around. I'm gonna call this debris. Ideally, so we have the boulder. The boulder is like a perfect circle because it rolls. This is meant to be like rocks falling from the ceiling. So in theory, a polished version of this isn't going to be a perfect circle. Not even a square. It'll be like some mangled shape. But for now, it's going to be a circle just to be able to tell it apart from the cracked floor until we make those actually look different. Okay, so you have that. I just want to see you work. So we're just going to go into play mode and me physically see down here. This should be checked, unchecked. Of course not. I'm sure I missed a thing. Oh, I made an add debris function. I didn't do that. Which means you need a reference to the... Yep, okay. And then turn manager dot add debris this, and now you should be good. Won't get rid of the update just yet because I might need it, because I'll need some kind of animation stuff to actually have the debris falling. Although that might be best done as an animation, and then I just trigger the animation. But you don't have reference to object. Of course, because I didn't type the other line. Yeah. Turn manager equals find object of type turn manager. Yeah. It works. It's fine. I actually don't know the difference between find any object of blank and find object of blank. I don't know. Okay. Hey, so we can see it doing, and it's to be clear, the frame where it's on the thing is there, and the frame where it's on, it's on. So we don't have it programmed yet, but for now that's like it's a start. I should make sure that like however it starts, make sure the first frame matches whatever it should be. So I mean, in theory, it's gonna be off, and then debris should be. That's set active false. Actually, yeah, that should probably always be the same. Well, I don't know if I'd ever want like 2 pieces of debris to be out of sync. Have like blah 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 blah. I might want that. You know what? We'll say that we can have that, and that's just going to be like is dangerous. Like I would toggle it true or false, and then it should handle that. So then just do this. Yeah, easy. Why not? So like, I'm fine making these additional, like slightly different, like additional functionalities of the thing if it's easy to do. So other things might, usually actually, if something doesn't move, making these changes is easy. If something moves like the enemy, then making any tweak to how it's gonna work usually means a lot of changes. Okay, so now we gotta get stuff to actually be able to die to it. In theory, this code should be very similar. I should basically be able to just copy all of the fire stuff. Everywhere where there's fire is then test for if it was debris. But I actually, let me before I go any further, let me just double check what the actual what I made the tag. It was cracked. Yes, whatever. Cracked. What time is it? It is 11:26. Getting close. Yeah, okay. I don't think we're gonna get to the large enemy today, which is unfortunate. It's pushing us further behind schedule. Yikes. But I don't want to go past midnight tonight because I got to sleep and I got stuff to do tomorrow. Okay. So blah 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 blah. We'll see how far we can get. So cracked. This should do almost the same as this. If it's cracked, do additional step of deciding if we actually if it's a concern or not. So if the thing, we have to go, yeah, get component falling debris dot dangerous. Then it's gonna do this stuff. Which, actually, the only part that's different is you will move 100% of the time. The question is whether or not you should die. If it's dangerous, do that. Else, you're gonna just do this. While I'm here, I'm actually gonna rename this to is dangerous, because, yeah, so like asking the question, is this currently a danger square to be on? Yeah, and then so that's a thing, and now what else? So this in theory should work with the player, and then the enemy should have the same thing. Yeah. Okay. Enemy. Where was? Did this even? I don't know if this should be even in. This actually could be out of this and just be with these with the zeros. This is only because player, enemy, and boulder can be something that's past the 1. Okay, that's a whole separate thing. I'll come back to that. Hole and fire. Then cracked is the conditional. Yeah. Let me actually. Yeah. Go back to, where was that triple? Oh, even, no, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's it. In this, spring really doesn't need to be a part of this because, as I said, spring is always going to be a 0, 100% of the time. And if it's not, then I'll add it back. That technically makes this for loop do ever so slightly less work. Okay, I mean ever so slightly, not like a whole lot. Well, actually, then I could say that this for loop should only run if there's more than one thing. No, because then it can be a 0 or it could be above 0. Never mind. Anyways, not super important, but nah. But then the enemy should do the same tweak. Technically, this isn't changing too much about the functionality. It should be functionally the same, but just 0. Things at point 0. Yeah. Hopefully that doesn't massively break a bunch of stuff. Boulder. Now, boulder, I said, will treat. So an enemy will die and a player will die. We'll just say the boulder treats it as an empty space and just moves normally because that's just going to be the easiest thing to do. Which means it also copies its own fire functionality, which I said this was going to be. This was cracked floor, but then you'll just move regardless. So this one doesn't even need to get the script; it does not care at all. Okay, cool. So I move you over here. Let's see if the player dies to it successfully. So just a. Nope, wrong frame. Is it like perfectly inverted? Wait, I want to move on a frame when the circle is there. No, I said when the circle is there. How did I wait to time that and then time it wrong? Okay, so it's currently inverted, which is, not how it should be, which just means that I've, like, in player move, I guess I just had the if statement backwards. Should be if, no, okay, so, functionally, it should be if is dangerous, we should die. That part's correct. Oh, that's a turn order thing. It doesn't update its own is dangerous until later. So that just means, as far as the turn order is concerned, where's turn order? Turn manager. Yeah, falling blocks should trigger first for this to better functionally make sense. It does not matter if they happen before turning arrows. Those don't affect each other, but interesting. I thought that initially we were like, yeah, player always gets like the first bit of movement, but no, hazards doing hazard things. No, that's yeah, it's getting its time to shine. Haha. And it kills you. Yay! Woo! All right. Cool. It's working. I guess I should lead an enemy into it because that's the other part of this. Okay, I mean, so that doesn't work if I do that. So I think I actually lived from the hazard, but died to the enemy there. Ha! It killed him, and then the other enemy didn't die. Woohoo! So interesting thing. I'm now curious to test. So that worked. I want to see what happens. Ooh, I actually don't know if this case will work. If I, the player, am here, and then I put an enemy here. Enemy moving towards me. If it has a turn where it doesn't move, and then it's on, the hazard becomes so-called dangerous, will it die? Okay, that didn't happen because it didn't, it needs to be the other way around. Oh, I can tell, also, I can test the scenario of two things being out of sync. Let's see. No, so this should happen. Yes. So that can just be. Don't I had a thing where don't I test at the end of the no, wait, what? What tests? I thought I had some that test like at the end after you've moved. Now test like is the square you're currently on bad? No, sorry, no. This is if I say that we've bumped against a wall, then I say should we kill the player. If we've bumped against a wall, then I can how do I have to pull back out. I have a way of doing this of just looking at using the grid manager, look at what we currently are, test if it's a hazard specifically. I'm just trying to see if there's an easier, like, less code way. Boulders won't care, so boulder would just not. It'll still turn around just the same. So if we bumped into a wall, an enemy, or the goal, any reason where we didn't move, or we do our bump against the wall animation, but then we test the player directly to test stuff if we're on the player. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to just directly, specifically test. Do we also happen to be on a square? A square that, because it's not moving, we know 100% that the zero thing will be. We know for sure that the zero thing will be the hole. Yeah. Okay. We could have a case where there's an arrow on one of those, and you have to get on the arrow at the right time. But no, then you wouldn't be able to easily time that. That might be too. That might be too much. Okay. Anyway, so okay. Over here, if it's a wall, do that. I suppose if the player moved into us, then we don't even care to check the boulder. But yeah, whatever. We'll just if it's equal to 0. Actually, yeah, I'll put this in else because technically, if we've killed the player, we don't need to test that we also are ourselves gonna get killed by a boulder. No. Technically, we should see the enemy should die, and the player should die on the same frame. So let the boulder deal with that. So have a list of game objects called thing at thing at where we are. That's looking based on grid position is where we currently are, and this says we didn't move. So look at grid position, and then specifically if 0 dot compare tag correct, and if that's there, then we're going to jump immediately into if that's a thing, and next part of that dot get component what was it, falling debris dot is dangerous. I don't know if I want that all as one line, but whatever. If this happens, then we ourselves should die equals true, which then means this can't be here. If I put this beforehand, then that'll be fine. Because this is a super rare case that, like, yeah, in all the okay. I mean, I guess technically else I could put. I guess technically I can do that, but technically that's cleaner. Yeah. Yes. Let's see if that works. Will the enemy not move and the next turn die? Yeah, I did the thing. That was successful. Huzzah. Animation of just getting crushed by a boulder shrinking into nothingness. It's fine. It's just a generic dying animation. It doesn't matter what it looks like. It's okay. Okay. So what now? Next we is that it? The boulder work? Okay, boulder functionally works. I'm not happy with how it functionally works, or how it visually. Functionally, it's great. The visuals of it, I think. Well, I don't want to go into full polish territory right now. Just having the better communication for what this is. If I can just get a little bit of that in, that would be good. So how are we doing that? So first of all, the background itself is meant to just be this background, but like cracked. So it's not meant to be this like dark brown kind of thing necessarily.
I feel kind of bad for being full focus on the stream without talking. That's okay, Skilly. I'm just working away on stuff. So I don't know how accurate this is, but I can see in Infinite OBS here says 2 viewers. But if I click this, I've seen this has a bunch of people. I don't know how it calculates this versus this, or if this is like old, outdated, so this doesn't like count, or how many of these are like bots or whatever. I don't know the Twitch math of how that do. If I really do have this many viewers, that's awesome. That's very, very cool. I don't know how that actually functionally do. Anyway, apparently it's a thing. It's a statistic like on average for like big Twitch streamers. Only like 20% of people actually like talk in chat, and like the other 80% just lurk, which totally fine. I am one of those people usually, other than when I raid people specifically. But yeah, that's just how that be. Statistics, woo. Okay, so what am I doing? I don't really like actually. Deciding how to what degree I want to actually like make visuals. I don't want to make a sprite right now, so I can just try to rough something out with cubes. Okay, so right now both these are just using the same color, right? No, you're not. Okay, so I can change you freely. You should just be like the floor color, but then slightly like darker, I think. Okay, you need the background color. I'm gonna start with just exactly this hex code. Broken grid. Not you. Oh, not broken grid. Not that one. Cracked is the one I wanted to do. You. Wow, it looks exactly the same. You can't even tell. But that's the part of the problem. You should be able to tell ever so slightly. So this isn't gonna be the only change. It's gonna be slightly darker. I should actually be looking at this. I should make this with the circle not there right now. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Cracked floor. Open. Just turn you off for a second. I didn't test the that they could start the other way around and that would functionally work. I'll get to that. You shouldn't overlap there because you're meant to be like, yeah, part of like the background. So this isn't the only change. If it was just this would be very hard to tell that there's actually that's a thing. I want to do an additional step of like just duplicate this for a second and then go like remove you. I'm gonna try giving this the color of the grid, the normal actual grid, and then but you're not having all this. I just need another cube that, and then you're gonna call. I'm just gonna call you crack or cracks as an game object, and then this is gonna be underneath here as the actual individual cracks. Don't mind me. This empty game object is still like be able to easily like put away things. Okay, then you are just gonna be, ideally we just do a little bit something like this. This should be like basically the size of the grid, and we just put a couple of these just kind of like, I don't know how well this is gonna like functionally work, but just like, whoa, no, there's some like holes in the grid or something. I don't know, but, like there's some weird like grid type things. I remember you. What's up? The real official birdie. Hello. I remember you. Yeah. Welcome back. It's been a while since I've been streaming, but I'm back. In theory. Yeah. So yeah, we're making a game. Challenge to myself, not for any like actual competition or anything. Just trying to make a game in 9 days and seeing how that's gonna go. And we are on day 4 of that challenge. And yeah, so far this game is going pretty good. We're still making some of the mechanics of the stuff that the player interacts with. But what happened to the pogo game? It was a unicycle, not a pogo stick. But I will be returning to it. It is on my agenda. I just have other things that I want to do beforehand. And so okay, so I will be working on that. Right now, I've with me just right now coming back to streaming, I want to just start off first couple streams just this challenge of making a game, because it's just like, I don't know, rather than starting something I was in the middle of, kind of starting something new seems like an interesting way to get back into streaming. And then I have a couple other things that I want to do on my to-do list with like
my YouTube channel and some stuff with that, and like improving the quality of the stream and stuff like that. And then I will be returning to Handmade with Unicycle full time ish or something like that. Okay, does that look? I don't know. While I was talking, I was just placing random stuff. I don't know if this is good or could be a million times better, but wait, no, I wanted the. No, pressing all the wrong buttons. Make this like super tiny. We just need to represent the idea of like a cracked block that, yeah, it's fine now. There. Yeah. So that's a cracked block. Yeah, okay, that looks fine. Okay, having multiple next to each other, it'd be amazing if they had like different crack patterns. I'm not gonna do that. I do not have time to. Procedurally generated cracks. Wow. No. Okay, that's like good enough. This is the idea. Just represent like, hey, this is a concern. Be concerned with this tile. Actually, I don't know if the color of these should be the grid or like a secondary background color. Let me just. Oh, that's not the spinning arrows. Hello over here. Let me see if I replaced you with one of my other. The broken grid texture, or material. If you're like a faded, no, then you're like on top of it. I did that with the. Just being the grid is fine. Crow, guess what? Guess what? I have no guesses. Tell me what is the what? Okay. Okay, I can make modifications to that all day. It's fine. It's fine as it is. It represents enough the idea of what it's meant to be. So now. If I go into play mode, you should see. So we have this, and then that's the idea. This is the boulder that's not fully in existence. But yeah, cracked floor, and then thing falls down. Yeah, that's better than how it was looking a second ago. So that's part one of this. Now the debris itself, in theory, it doesn't just turn on and off. It should have. I think we're gonna animate this. I'll put the animation on. It's just the debris. The cracked part isn't going to change. So yeah, let's put the animator on here, and that should be fine. Debris. This is the name of it. So, falling debris. Oh, I'm going to be a background character of season 5 of ST. I don't immediately know what ST stands for, but like. That sounds amazing. That sounds really cool. But Stranger Things, really, that is awesome. That is very cool. So I mean, okay, unfortunately, I have never seen Stranger Things, but I'm aware of its existence. And like, I mean, anything like, if I was, it has to be a background character in like literally anything, that would be extremely cool, regardless of what the thing was, or if I even liked it or not. But no, yeah, that's very cool, very awesome. Congratulations. Okay, so debris on mouse. Cooperate, please. So I guess you'll always be on. You're gonna kind of probably animate just going from a size of 0 to not. Why? Mouse being like. Okay, that helped. Turning mouse mode on, off and on just for some reason made it less jittery. Okay, whatever. So the actual falling, we know because of stuff with the player animation that this needs to be 24 frames to match up with everything else. Yeah, so okay. So how are we gonna do this? So it needs to actually fall, land, and then also like as if it fell and then like it goes away. Ugh. So a polished version of this would be like big chunk falls, splits into a bunch of tiny rocks that then like go away. We don't have time for that right now, so we're gonna. In theory, it's gonna start like here, scale of 0 across the board. If this just, oh, you were supposed to then scale back to, oh no, not 1. You had some scale that was something else. I would prefer you to stay as whatever that was. There's 0.8 here, and then here, be all zeros. Now what does that look like? Wait, no. Small to big. Usually, if it's like in a 2D sense, small kind of means going away from the camera. Big means coming toward, like away from the camera, but I can't just have it be that big. I need it to like, I don't want to just spawn in. This is a 4 times 2. Put that back. I mean, it is to a degree gives a sense of like, ooh, wait, it's falling. I mean, if I make this like, and I also can't have it actually like, you know, be obstructing anything. That's if it's like 2 blocks up or something that feel like falling, I worry of it obstructing stuff, but it should be fast. So in theory, because actually it shouldn't be from here to gone. It should actually, at this point, it should already be gone because that's when it's gonna like loop. So let's say it's there by like here, and then I need it to like go away. So like, you know, it needs to go away. Therefore, I guess I'll try it being 0. Does that feel enough like? Let me get it functionally in there to then be able to better like modify it. So let me just like put in. So you would have made an animator where if the animator only has 1 animation, you're set to do that. But I need you to like. Where was it? Animations? Oh wait, I did. Oh no, I didn't actually pay attention at all to where you were making the file. Why'd you go there? Don't be in the materials folder. No. I got to meet some of the cast and got a free round trip to Georgia, expenses like food included. Whoa! That's also like very, very cool. That's amazing. What's this ball for? So yeah, you haven't seen all of. Oh, I moved that also in the wrong spot. I can show a quick bit of the rest of what the game is. So ignoring that ball thing is not gonna do exactly what it's supposed to. Okay, actually, I mean, almost is, but not quite. It's going through the walls there. So basically, we have a game here where you are a player moving around in a grid, and you are always moving every 0.4 seconds. You're just basically turning, kind of like in Snake a little bit. And then there's all these different things you can interact with. We got enemies that chase you. We got boulders that will crush you. We got fire over there that will burn you and kill you. We have springs that launch you. We have walls. But when you go off of springs, then you can be on the walls. That's a thing. That's the goal. Up there's an arrow. There's like arrows that like, this is going across a patrolling path. These arrows will like turn you, force you to go in a direction. Enemies have some interesting programming of how they move around. So we do coding for like all the different interactions that stuff could have with each other. And yeah, there's still a degree of polish that's a bit lacking, but it's coming along well. So this ball thing, this is just meant to be like a rolling. Ideally, a more polished animation for this would be that it actually like, it looks like it's rolling, like it's actually spinning. Currently, it's not like that. This is meant to be like, it's kind of the idea is almost there. It's like 1 frame. It's not a hazard. If you interact with it in the wrong frame, then you get crushed by the block and you die. I need to fine tune the actual animation itself because we just made it 2 seconds ago, but. That's kind of the idea. So I need you. You aren't gonna do this. I need you to, even though it happened to be synced up, I would prefer if the actual turn manager handled calling this and basically was calling it every frame, and then it goes back to doing exactly what we do with the player, how it transitions to a no motion state, just so it's more likely that it's exactly in sync. So you go to this, and then you go back to this. And then your entry's gotta go to the... Technically, entry should go to no motion. But, oh no, that's not what I wanted. Make layer default state. Technically, that's what that should be. Parameters. And then... trigger, just call fall. And then you, and then blah... Fall, exit time, no, but you don't preview, you can interrupt yourself, and then this is gonna exit there, you can transition yourself, okay. Yeah. Ooh, missing messages. Interesting, since when does Unity support blueprinting? So I currently haven't been doing any blueprinting, but that is a thing you can do. Visual scripting is the thing that Unity now has. I haven't done stuff that much with, but I think the node setup actually looks kind of similar, but then you have different nodes that represent like variables and stuff like that. I haven't experimented with it too much myself because I'm decent enough at C# that I can just use that. But yeah, it's neat that it exists. You have those options on. Ramble about life. What time is it? How much time do we have? Well, no, I mean, yeah, things are going good for me at the moment. So far, streaming is going very well. That is cool. This is my 4th day back into streaming, and I'm hoping to be streaming consistently ish. I know that like I have some like some stuff coming up that I'm might miss a stream here and there. But for these 9 days, I'm hoping to at least this 9-day challenge thing, hoping to get that all, do this and have everything work and get this game done on time, and then figure out what exactly I'm doing next. I have a few potential ideas of kind of the next couple things that I'll be streaming, but I kind of got to figure out the exact order of what specifically I'm gonna be doing. I've rambled a bit about the sort of stuff I'm gonna be doing in previous streams and all that. Animator on start, animator equals get component and children animator, and then you're just gonna call, instead of going active or not active, it will always be active, but then just I go anim as a short form, anim dot set trigger. I'll do fall. If it's dangerous, then the fall tag goes off. Otherwise, don't. Interesting. Yeah, okay. Otherwise, because it's gonna do the thing, and then it's gonna go into the no motion state where it's gone. So, yeah. Why did you take a break? Because I got super busy with like a lot of things. So I don't need an update function. I want to try and be coding and talking at the same time because I need to get this done. And oh shoot, it's almost midnight. I did say I want to stop before midnight. So unfortunately, I am gonna have to cut things off pretty soon. We'll probably just finish this off and then have to end things off because I can't. I have to stop soon because I need to. Like right now I have a full-time job and I need to actually be able to sleep to be awake to do that job. So number one thing was. I mean, never one thing. Job of why I stopped streaming and getting into the groove of that, of it being a new job and like figuring out stuff with that and just being busy and all that. I now in a better state where I can better time manage to, I think, do my job and a bit of streaming where I can. I will cut down, like I won't be able to stream 12 hours a day every day, but that's okay. Oh wait, no motion is, I forgot that no motion meant, no motion means you're there, not. Okay, make a second animation that is gone or something. I don't know. That's just literally all you are is a scale of zeros, just to be not there anymore. What do you do for work? So I. Just sticking to publicly available information. I currently work for a company called Fingerworks Telestrators. That basically, I guess you could say it's a software development company, but we have one major product that we make. I guess kind of, whatever. Anyways, so in sports, when you're seeing live broadcasted sports like football, during replays, when they're like drawing lines on the screen, like, hey, look, that guy's going over there. Let's draw a circle around that guy. We made the software that allows them to do that. That's called a telestrator. Basically, be able to draw on live video and then go out to the air and stuff. That's in a nutshell what I think. Our program does a lot more than just lines, but that's like the easiest to explain thing. But like it has like hundreds of tools, and you can like edit the settings, like the colors and like size and drop shadows and like all that kind of stuff. So yeah, which and that program, it was made in Unity. So our version, I guess, of that. There's other telestrator companies out there, but we're the biggest. So Yeah. So when you see like football and you're seeing people draw on the screens, usually with yellow lines. It's funny. The default color in the program is yellow. They can change it, but I see often they just stick with defaults. So when you're seeing yellow lines being drawn on football games, that's partially, to some tiny degree, my it was a thing that was made in Unity as of like. I forget however year. Okay, I guess I don't want to say too much of like non-public information, but this program at one point was not made in Unity, and then they rewrote the whole thing in Unity. I don't remember exactly what year that was, but I've only been working there for like a year, so I'm not. Yeah, I'm a newbie, relatively speaking. Yeah. Nice. So all professional games are streamed through Unity. not all, I can't say all, not 100%, because like there's other companies that do this, but like some in a way, not streamed through Unity, to be clear. It's like, I'm gonna be careful with what I'm saying, but like in general, when you have live video, you have different channels of like stuff that's like going through different things, and there's I guess one stage of the process where you take like the live video, pass it through our program, put in the lines, and then put it back through whatever the rest of that process is. So it's like it's one piece of the process. It's like one cog of the machine, I guess. But a very big and very complicated machine with a lot of moving parts that makes it all work that I barely understand. But yeah. Anyways, I wasn't done with this yet. 2 minutes. No, I do gotta stop soon. So unfortunately, yeah. Okay, I'll just finish this off real quick. I made. Where's the other animation? You should have shown up. I wanted this to be. I duplicated you because you were supposed to be an animation on this. Whatever. Okay, gone. I still have to remake it. Yeah, just replace it. Whatever. 0.4 seconds is what you're leading to. Just have a scale of. Whoa. Have a scale of all zeros, and here also have a scale of all zeros. Your position can be what you were. I didn't realize that so I have to be careful of the only degree where I care about the Y height is that it was clipping through the wall that was above it. So I might want to, I guess it should be Y height above the wall. So I'm going to say that you are, let's say like 2, and then I got to make sure that in the animation that it's the Y height is 2. Technically, the Y height shouldn't be touched because it doesn't actually matter as far as that's concerned. But okay, you 2, and 2. And then the gone, you don't touch that, so you're good. Okay, will this work? Let's find out. I'm gonna want to enjoy Fingerworks. Yeah, it's over. I am enjoying my job. I am liking the work that I'm doing. It's cool to be, part of something that is important to what they do. Okay, it didn't work. Oh, because it didn't. The animator didn't transition to the thing. You are in here now. And then. Yeah, but you're still you're the layer default state, and then you need to go 1 and 0 and you, and I don't think that matters when that's 0, but whatever. All right, fingers crossed. Will this work? Please. Good. So can be refined, but looks good enough for now, I think. The one thing I'll do, it looks a little bit weird for it to just pop into existence. I'm gonna just, falling debris is gonna start and like, it'll have like a few frames to grow into existence up here, just so it's not coming completely out of nowhere. Wait, it didn't do. And I guess if I'm doing that, it should, well, from here move down a little bit, I guess. Then you should be up, I guess. And then there should be a little bit more time just to have the impact of it kind of hitting the ground here. There should be more time where it's like actually here before it. The shrinking is like a temporary for it to just. I need it to go away somehow. I mean, like, what if I grow it again? It'd be almost like it bounces. It works. Like it's fine. Part of making game in short amount of time, I gotta just do stuff that's like messy, but like it works, and then like move on, and then like yeah. So, I mean I say that, but I'm gonna make another quick little change. I actually like the idea of it like that growing slightly before it goes away looks good. I'm gonna quickly just. That combined with this actually holding until like maybe here or something. Yeah, okay, that actually I don't hate. It lands, thud, and then whoosh. It's not perfect, but it's functional. I think I may move that down a frame so that we get slightly more falling time. I mean, technically the fall speed should be different. It's like smoothing out of here and into there or whatever. Because it's automatic, like, I mess with like the curves for it to be more of like, who would thunk? But, whatever, I don't have time for this. I'm already like over time of when I said I would stop. So let's say that that's, put you back there. I think that being slightly faster worked better for it. Okay. Whatever, it's good enough. Let me just double check that it works. While I'm at it, let me just double check that I can have these be out of sync because that was a thing that was allowed. If I have that one start as being in the danger state, then I should see them thud, 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 thud. Yeah. Okay, so I'm fine with it. It like took a turn to get going in a way. That's okay. Yeah. Okay. Wait, actually, sorry, no. I say that, but I totally can fix it in 2 seconds by just having... Oh, no, you already have that. Either it falls or it doesn't. Wait, then you should have your first turn fell. No, then it takes a turn to have the block actually come in. Okay, that should be fine. Now let me just double check like the player actually dying to it and double check that seems like it looks fine. Both versions. So like, yeah, I can... If I'm there on the right frame, the point of this hazard was... If I'm there on the right frame, I go through it. If I'm there on the wrong frame, I don't go through it. Yeah, okay, that's good enough. Coolsies. That's another block done. So we finished. Cracked block. Yeah, another thing done. The next thing that we wanted to do was making a large enemy, which, on one hand, I don't know how difficult it'll be because, so it's a 2x2 enemy that's gonna move a lot of the same logic that a normal enemy does. Sorry, this cleanup of moving to day 5. But then, it's, you know, some tricky bits come with the fact of it being a large enemy. But, I mean, in theory, it's functionally going to be very similar to if I just had 4 individual enemies placed. As far as the grid position is concerned, I have to figure out how the grid manager is going to handle this. Actually, as far as the grid manager is concerned, it could be the same as just storing large enemy here, 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 and here, and then that's fine. So it's going to have some difficulties, I think, but I think it'll still be cool to try to do. We want to have the massive enemy for the final level, so this is like a stepping stone towards making that anyway. Okay, before I forget, I'm going to give this the tag of... I'm going to assume that I want... Actually, wait. Will I be able to just use the enemy tag, or will large enemy need to be its own tag? No, I'm going to see if I can get away with the large enemy using the normal enemy tag. And while I'm here, last thing is just I'm going to give you the big angry eyes that the normal enemies have, and see if that just can be a thing that you do. You don't, you're not in the right place because the, on you. Huh. Oh, so, okay. That's interesting. There's meant to be pupils there. I kind of like that, how that looked, but let me just, I fix it, even if I want to go with that exact thing, I just need to clean up, where is the eyes? Eyes are here, but if I adjust these, they get animated. Wait, where are the eyes? Where'd they go? Oh, so you aren't supposed to have this. You go away. The body model now needs to have the thing. You just need to take up 2 blocks. You're already kind of doing that, but you actually might need to be slightly bigger to just actually reach the edge. More of the edge of the frame. But then shrink you so that I can see the eyes. But interesting, even just having the smaller pupils there. I want to try. I could just look visually interesting for this big enemy. Take away. Have just the. Actually, just while I'm messing around with stuff, I'm just curious what happens if I just hide the pupils. What does that look like? No, you just... I mean, if I did that and then made them black... But no, I'm not going to... just see what you mess around things what that kind of idea looks like. And if I remove the eyebrows, then you just it's just small dots, but having the that. Let's just see what that looks like. So I have this and then this. It makes the enemy, even though it has the exact same eyes basically, it somehow looks slightly different. You're not gonna move or have your IMH. I just want to run over to him in play mode and then we'll end things off, I think. Yeah. This might be too fast, like too much going on. I might have to like maybe cut that down a bit just as not. Yeah. But okay, I'll try that. I'll try that. The eyes being like that, and I think that's. Okay, actually, I am going to real quick on the. Oh, always one more thing. Always one more. On the debris. The thing I just said, I think it is a bit maybe too much happening too fast. Like. Up here, let me just turn you down just a little bit, and then not have you be so high up from where you come from. Move you back one. The growing should be almost instant, I think. Just so it doesn't snap into being there, I guess. No. I don't know if there's anything I could look at for a reference, but I don't want to just directly copy stuff necessarily. It's hard in like a 2D style. If this was 3D, that would be easy. You just have vertically things. But is that worse? It covers less like up, which I think might be better, but I don't know. That may be something I'll look back at another time because I'm all out of time. Yeah. So anyways, okay, I need it hands off. I can keep like do small thing there, small thing there, small thing there, whatever. Next thing we will be working on is Mr. Large Enemy. I'll drag that over tomorrow. And yeah, hopefully that'll be fine. Hopefully this won't cause. I'm expecting to have some problems, but hopefully it won't have extremely a lot amount of problems. A normal enemy compared to a boulder was tricky because there was like just some differences in how they moved relative to moving the player. This enemy and this enemy will always be moving at the player. The one thing that will potentially be weird, normally I have that like if an enemy is going to move at the player, it does and then kills it. This scenario will count as bumping against a wall. It won't move. Yeah, we'll figure that out. I do think that I don't know how this enemy will interact with. No, normally these don't interact with springs, so this will interact with springs. I think any hazard will still kill it. I think that's fine. I don't think it needs to be like all four need to be on it to kill it. There will be the case with holes. We're gonna have holes. I'm gonna say that holes won't kill the enemy. This big enemy is allowed to walk slightly, out of bounds. But if he goes completely out of bounds, then it dies. That's gonna be one thing that this has. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, so I guess that's that. We're gonna end things off here. I do not think. I'm just gonna quickly go and find somebody to raid, and then I'll be on my way. Over here and here. Who's making sure I'm not accidentally playing double audio of stream? All right, who is it gonna be? Blah, and then over to there. It'd be cool if I could set this up faster to have it be. Actually, it'd be funny if I set up like automatic code of just like find the top person, go to the software game development tab, search the Unity tag, and then whoever has the most views in that. I'm just randomly viewing I've been randomly rating like other like people who also are doing Unity stuff. Hey, look, it's me. Wow. Oh wait, hold on. I only have one viewer. You know what? Never mind. There's only one person here. I'm not gonna raid. I mean, that one person. I have my stream open on my phone over there, so that might just be me. If that's the case, then never mind. Right. Next time, I remembered to potentially do that. Yeah, I want to get in the habit of raiding people just because. But yeah, that's okay. I typically have more viewership on weekends anyways. And there was still a decent amount of people here during the stream, so that's A-okay. Yeah. And the game itself, coming along, very good. So, yeah. Yeah, I guess, right now I'm gonna raise things up for ending things off here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you got stopped. Hold on. Cord's in the way. Rise!
Anywho, everything's all good? Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna things off, come back tomorrow, and then get this large enemy programmed, and then go from there with potential. I don't know if we're gonna do the invisible stuff, or if we should go straight into maybe like the level transition. Level transition is more of a functional thing, so it's what we should probably do is, if we hypothetically have 2 levels, be able to go from one to the other. That's what we should do, and then maybe we can get some of this stuff in there. And then start going into building real levels is what we kind of have to do next, which is concerning that I don't have actual level stuff like, I don't have any, technically I have the first level kind of design is just quickly like throwing stuff around. Yeah, I have some ideas, I have some new ideas for how I can conceptually going out designing level that hopefully will work, and I won't just be stumped on stream for hours and hours and be like, how can I make a level interesting? I mean, there's definitely going to be a bit of that because I suck at level design in general, but part of doing this is to learn. You practice, you get better. So hopefully that'll happen. So anyways, I'm gonna pause you, and so that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. It'd be cool if I could automatically end the stream as soon as I say that, but no, I gotta still manually press the buttons. Alright, see ya!